Welcome to the Scoop World Order. What a game. Tough one tonight out at Oregon. We took the loss, but I think we will see these guys again in the Big Ten Championship game. A lot of guys played great. There's some guys that played poorly. We're going to go through all of that. We're going to break some film down, take your questions as always. Again, it's a different world now with the playoffs and the expansion and the fact that we're probably going to see these guys again, because I think these are clearly the two best teams in the Big Ten. Are going to see these guys again in the Big Ten title game. I think the revenge thing will be heavy for us. Make some adjustments and get it rolling at neutral site next time we see these guys. So I'm not as down and distraught as some people are, but if you guys enjoy this content, please leave us a like, click subscribe, also click that little alert bell. I thought some guys played really well. I thought Will Howard was fantastic. I thought that Zen Mikulski getting the call after, hopefully Josh Simmons doesn't have something too debilitating, but losing your best offensive tackle or your best offensive lineman early in the game is debilitating. And I thought Zen hung in there as best he could. We shot ourselves in the foot a lot. We need to clean that up. But overall, I'm not as, I guess, down or depressed as some people might be, especially given the new format of the playoffs. Nevada, what is your initial take as the game has come to a close?
I thought Jim Knowles didn't have a great game. I thought Denzel Burke didn't have a great game. I thought Will Howard just shoved it up the hoop of all those stupid Ohio State fans that have been on him. So that actually made me smile because he was so good. And it was really a shame. I'm not going to gripe about the rest, but I mean, it was one offensive pass interference penalty on JJ, which I thought was a bullshit call. But I know we don't cuss on them, but I thought that was pretty weak, and especially to call it in that situation. And we're inside the 20. We're inside the 20 with a field goal to win the game, and everybody feels completely different about it. But they called it, and tough environment. Tough place to play. But, like you said, in the 12-team playoff, it's hardly the end of the road for the Buckeyes. It probably doesn't even make all that much difference. I mean, you still got to win the Big Ten championship game and do your thing. But, we'll learn from that game. I think we had like 5 procedure penalties. Losing Jimmy Simmons and Tigra for the first half was unfortunate. And that's Denzel. Your number one corner can't play like that. There's no way. There's no defense that you can draw up that involves your number one corner not being able to cover somebody. And that's kind of the situation we found ourselves in today. But I think the knee jerk reaction is just to go Knowles stinks, Knowles is a bum, but I mean at some point we got to cover some guys. I thought they did a better job in the second half. Clearly, only gave up 10 points. Second half did a better job, but couldn't get the stops when we needed, and couldn't make the play. I really thought that we'd make a play on that last drive. I thought we'd get them, turn them over or do something like that, and pull the game out. But hey, Will Howard and those guys almost got. JJ getting called for an offensive pass interference was just. I don't even have words. It was just unfortunate. I feel kind of robbed of a great finish to a great football game, but it just wasn't to be. But like I said, Will Howard shutting up the stupidest segment of our fan base did make me smile. So when I go to bed tonight, I'm going to put my head in a pillow knowing that there's just a bunch of stupid people that. Like I said, I really have no use for you guys. If you're one of those Will Howard haters, I'm telling you right now, I have no use for you because you're so dumb. And you're gonna blame him for what? Because you tried to run on the last play or whatever. I mean, yeah. Do I wish he hadn't? Sure, but he was terrific, man. I mean, he was terrific the whole game. Made clutch play after clutch play for us, but it just wasn't meant to be. And like I said, one call, one pass interference penalty, and we're singing a completely different tune. But oh well, kind of move on and move on to your next game.
What were your thoughts on the very end of the game, Ryan Day with the clock, especially? What were your thoughts on that?
That just can't happen. That just can't happen. And I've always given Ryan a break on stuff because he was calling the plays, and maybe he wasn't so focused on game management. But for them not to call, regardless of whether they knew the rule, didn't know, they have to stop the clock in that situation, and to let it run down as much as they did. I mean, it literally cost us the game. And that one's 100% on Ryan Day. I do not understand why he doesn't just have some little Geppetto next to him that's only job is clock management, and they just yells at him, "Hey Ryan, the clock's running. We need to call our timeout, Ryan." I mean, that was malpractice, and that just shouldn't happen. I mean, Ryan Day's getting paid $15 million a year or whatever it is. We got to get I know it was kind of an obscure situation, but we got to get the clock stuff right. You can't lose that much clock in that situation. Super costly, and like I said, 100% on Ryan.
I think you have to, when you're in that situation, again, it's always less. They can take that timeout on the plane back to Columbus tonight, I guess. But you have to get those guys to make sure to go over for the 8 millionth time to be situationally aware. And again, this guy's like, we're going to throw it to the sidelines, get out of bounds, we're going to kick the field goal, we're going to go win. And if we don't get a completion, then we're throwing it in the end zone on 4th down. So instead, it just, again, it's such a big moment. It's loud. It's crazy. You just gotta. I just feel like you got to go over that real quick and make sure that everyone look in their eyes, guys. This is what it's going to be. Because again, I've been in games like this, these last minute drives, and we lost the Texas game in 2005, and I thought that we handled it poorly. And Jim Chelsea's like my dad, I love him to death, but our quarterback didn't know who was going to be in between Justin Zwick and Troy Smith, and I thought that was poorly done. I thought that the way we managed the end of this game was poorly done. And again, like I was like, I watched this game on TV and I also watched it on like my DraftKings app, and like Ohio State, like at the very end was favored to win the game. I mean, like it kept flip flopping the whole because they're like, well, they can't stop them, and Will Howard's dicing them up. And God, Emeka Ibuka was fantastic tonight. I thought JJ was fantastic tonight. Our running game was good. Again, I give a lot of credit to Zen. Zen Mikulski. I mean, he went in there, tough environment. I know that their good DN got hurt, didn't play all game, but I'm telling you, like Zen hasn't played much all year, and he went out there and he was okay. I thought that our offensive line was poor in the noise. I thought you can't have 5 procedure penalties. Again, I don't want to be like, I'm not going to beat those guys to death, but I mean, you have to really manage that noise. And again, Tigre getting one, G. Scott, guys that are like right next to the ball, or if you're a tight end and you're split off the line, you can't flinch. Like you can't. I mean, tackles. Maybe, again, and it's not because I played tackle, they're just further out. It's much harder at tackle than it is at guard, but, all those little bits cost us a lot of hidden yardage. CJ Hicks being in outer space on the kick return where it hits him right in the chest. And, and like, I'm like, dude, like this is what special teams guys do. They look at for who's the guy that looks like he leaves early on the wedge, who's the guy that looks like he's disinterested or he's whatever. And they kick it right at him, and he doesn't know what to do, and they turn it over. So again, but Oregon had their share of slop too with their field goal game. The PAT that was blocked. I mean, it was a great game, but both teams I don't think played their best game, and I think that we'll see these guys again. Again, like losing by 1 on the road in Outson, night game, biggest game of their lives, like losing our left tackle in the first quarter, like. All in all, again, I'm not some apologist. I'm not some softy, but I think that, in the playoff era, this is way different than the BCS era. Like when I played and you had to be in the top 2 to make it to the ship, that's different. Now you got to be the top 12 and, nobody's going to ding us too bad because we lost by 1 point on the road at night, with when we're throwing at the end zone to end the game. So, again, I thought that, Denzel had his Ashton Yabodi game when Ashton was terrible versus Minnesota in 2005, where he got torched by the kid from Copley. And this is the game where Denzel's not going to open up his social media because he's going to be getting destroyed by, Buckeye Nation. But, again, I think that guys will play better. I thought, for the most part, we were okay. Like you're not going to hold Oregon to 10 points. So, this is going to be a shootout, and you got to, we're throwing at the end zone to win the game at the end. So I'm much more up than most people will be because, again, losing in the regular season doesn't mean nearly as much as it did before. This doesn't mean that we're out of the Final Four of the playoffs. It doesn't mean that we're I think we're squarely in the playoffs after tonight because clearly Oregon is going to be in the playoffs. We're going to be in the playoffs. We're probably going to see these guys again in the Big Ten championship. Us, Penn State, Oregon, I think are the cream of the Big Ten crop right now. But again, I like the direction of the team. I thought Will Howard took a big step tonight. I thought he's been good, but tonight he was almost like legendary good tonight. So, again, the brain fart at the end, notwithstanding, he's trying to make a play. And I blame that on Ryan Day because I think Ryan needs to get a timeout and tell those guys, look, this is the situation. We're going to throw the sideline, get out of bounds. If we don't get a completion, we're throwing it to the end zone. You have 2 plays, you have 11 seconds, period, point blank. You just got to get a play done in the first 9 seconds, and then you got to chuck one to the end zone and throw it to JJ and see if you can jump over somebody and get it. So, but we can dig into some super chats about it. They're piling up. Do you have anything else you want to say before we start taking some questions?
No, I mean, Will Howard was legendary. I mean, like I said, literally he completes the pass to JJ inside the 20. We're going to make that field goal, and JJ gets called for I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to think about how many times I've seen that called this year in college football, and I honestly can't think of another time. I mean, I literally can't think of another time. And maybe it's happened. Maybe I just haven't seen it or whatever it is. But boy, that was a gigantic call, man. Gigantic.
And I thought the officials were terrible per usual. I mean, again, the early catch that we had that clearly was a pick. I couldn't believe they didn't. I mean, good on Chip Kelly by getting up to the line and running it, but there were some egregiously bad calls. And I think JJ Smith is the only receiver in the universe in college football that gets that offensive pass interference because he's so big and strong, and the guy went flying like he got shot by a cannonball. And I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, it's just a push, which everyone does. You see it all game. And then JJ, in the biggest moment of the game, they call offensive pass interference, which you see. I don't know if we've had one of those this entire season. And then, of course, on the last drive of the game, the guy wants to, make his name for himself and call that, which, again, it is what it is. It's stupid. I want to break down a couple plays, and we'll dig into some super chats. But, again, I liked the game plan. Again, like you said early on, there isn't a game plan that exists for your number one corner to not cover somebody. Now, again, you can say whatever you want, and Denzel did not have a great game, but you open this thing up on the first drive, and it's just, this is exactly what we were expecting. This is a Q follow play. It's read option. I mean, Will Howard was an absolute bull. Nevada, your thoughts, because we ran him and we ran Emeka more tonight. And again, I love doing both of those things, and it's hard to stop. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I thought that once we started running the ball, we started to move some things. But, look, Oregon really couldn't do much against us defensively the entire game. I thought that we pretty much dictated terms, and that was without 2 of our 5 starting offensive linemen in the first half and without our All-American left tackle in the second. So, I mean, it was 31 points or, yeah, 31 points should be good enough to win, but it wasn't tonight. But it was a good offensive performance in a very difficult place to play, and Will, I thought Will made some great throws. I mean, that dime that he dropped to Emeka when I thought on that last drive when I thought we were going in for the field goal to win the thing. I mean, literally in that situation, the only way we lose is to get called for a 15-yard penalty. It's like literally the only way, and we got called for a 15-yard offensive pass interference call. I just don't. I really don't have any words.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's terrible. This is one of the plays of the game. And again, CJ, I mean, those guys study who leaves early, who doesn't stay through the whole kick, and CJ treats the ball like it's a hand grenade. And I'm like, dude, you got to be ready to catch this. I mean, this is something that, obviously when you do a surprise onside, they study who they're going to kick it at. Now, again, these kickers are ultra skilled to the point where they can actually hit a guy, because you could attempt this and punch it down there. But when you actually hit a guy in the chest and it ricochets off him because he's not paying attention, it ain't good. I mean, again, this was a play where, again, CJ's been disappointing throughout his whole career. And this was this is the play that everyone's going to remember him for at this point, because you can't have this, in a game of this magnitude. Again, I know that they've split up the special teams, and our special teams, I think, have been fine overall. But I just think that when you're looking at, things that what makes the difference in a game, they stole a possession right there. They, I don't know. It's tough because these kids fought so hard, and, we're getting the ball back, and they really couldn't stop us. But, they're going to do stuff like this to steal a possession. They're going to go for it on 4th down. They're going to try little gimmicky stuff. They were doing little gimmicky stuff on the PAT conversions, the 2-point stuff. So I don't know. That was disappointing because, again, that's something where you have to be aware of Dan Lanning, he's Mr. Gambler guy, Mr. Riverboat Gambler dude. So he's going to do crazy stuff like that. And again, you study that. I mean, like you watch those guys and do they bail out early? Do they watch the ball get kicked off the tee, or do they try to get back and set their wall a little quicker? And again, they identified CJ because again, they picked that guy. They don't just magically say, well, maybe let's kick this guy. Like, no, this is a guy that's not paying attention and he's 5-star, third year, not playing, so he's probably a little disenfranchised. And okay, he's probably on here, and it's a chore to him, and he probably hasn't done it a lot. Again, if you're a guy that's a 5-star, you're not setting the wedge on kickoff in high school. So let's try this guy, and it worked. So again, kudos to Oregon for that. And again, I liked a lot of their creativity. They were sloppy on a lot of stuff, like their PAT was atrocious, but they got it done. But like I said, at the end of the day, when you look at does this really matter? To me, it doesn't, because you got to be in the top 12, and there's no way that Ohio State's going to fall that far. I mean, if Bama can lose to Vanderbilt and go from 1 to 7, Vandy, unranked, terrible Vandy, we lose to number 3 Oregon as we're driving into the end zone by 1 point on the road at night at their place. Like, how far are we really going to fall? 5, maybe? I don't know. Texas will still be 1. Bama didn't exactly look unbelievable today, and this is a game where, honestly, and again, this is not me being excuse maker or whatever, but losing this game and having the revenge thing going into the Big Ten title game, I think is beneficial. Which I know, and I'm not trying to put lipstick on a pig here, but again, if we win this game and you get all the adulation and all the love, like I think that sometimes it's better when you're in this situation where you can it be proven that you bleed. And okay, hey, we better get back on the grindstone, and everything's still in front of us, and all the cliches. Because even if you lose this game, everything's still in front of you. You still got to go beat Penn State. You still got to run the table. You still got to go play Oregon again in the championship game, or whoever you play, and then go to the playoffs. And so everything, like, this doesn't really change any of the goals, other than you're just not going to be undefeated. Which again, you don't get a ring for being undefeated. You only get a ring for winning the national championship or the Big Ten title. So, Nevada, any other thoughts? And we'll dig into. We have a ton of super chats. Good God. Love you guys. We're going to start grinding so we can get out of here by 4 a.m. Any final thoughts about it?
Yeah, we'll never know, but I don't think the CJ Hicks thing I don't think that was a planned play. I think they were just trying to scrib the ball down and try to keep us down there, and it just happened to hit him. But we'll never know, because they didn't react like they were going for the ball right there. It just kind of hit him, and then they all kind of ran to it and stuff like that. But it doesn't matter. I mean, honestly, the game, whether we won the game by 1 or lost the game by 1, it really doesn't change that much. I'm just telling you, it really doesn't. What we would be 2 in the country instead of 4 in the country, or 5, or what are we going to be? I mean, it doesn't change just about anything. I mean, that's the reality of the 12-team playoff era that we're in, and that's just where we're at. You're not going to get dinged for a 1-point loss to the number 3 team in the country on the road. You're just not.
Yeah, I'm a million times more upset about potentially losing Josh Simmons. We don't have the severity yet than I am losing the Oregon game. I'm just telling you. Like, I mean, that kid's he was All-American midseason, All-American on Senior Bowl team, and I just hope he's healthy, because again, this is a long flight home. So, but again, he was able to stand on his knee, so I don't think it was a total terror. But hopefully, it's just an MCL, and it's just a couple weeks, and he can be back by the Big Ten title game. All right, let's dig into these. All right, Mark Bunny, thanks for the deuce. Burke, I knew this was going to come. So that I know that Denzel's going to have a rough night on the way home if he turns his phone on, it might explode if he gets on Twitter. So hopefully he doesn't do that. But again, these guys, they all love social media because they love the adulation. But man, when you have a bad game like Denzel had, I mean, the fan base will beat you to death. And again, I've lived this firsthand. Any thoughts on Burke? Thank you, Mark.
Not just as I'm a former defensive coordinator, and there's no defense that you can call to protect your number 1 corner. Your number 1 corner has to be able to cover. And I'm not trying to give Knowles a pass. I don't think Knowles had a good game, but I'm just telling you, you can't call a defense. I mean, I know last year people were like, you can't put Lathan Ransom in the slot against the 5th wide receiver or whatever the thing is. Like, Denzel Burke is your number 1. He's a first-round draft pick potentially, and you're a number 1 cornerback in your team. He's got to be able to cover somebody. So, that was hard to watch. He had his Yabodi moment for sure.
Yeah, and again, that's happens to the best of them. That's part of playing corner, man. When you have a bad day, I mean, it's not like playing D tackle. You have a bad day at corner, man. The whole world, they throw it over your head. whole world knows, and they're ready, and they got the pitchforks outside of the Woody Hayes waiting on them. Larry Daniels, 1, thank you for an ultra, thank you for the 5. Defense hurt us. If we're going to lose to Oregon, better to lose now. Nevada OH.
I-O.
Yeah, I mean, obviously our defense wishes that they could have stopped some of the plays over the top. Again, I said stop the explosive, stop the tight end. That's easier for me to say that sitting in a chair in Columbus than it is being in Outson. But again, I agree it's better to lose now. Again, this is not me trying to be Mr. Positivity, but it really doesn't mean as much as it did, back, even when, hell, last year, a 4-team playoff. Now you're like, God, are we going to be 5, 6? Are we going to be left knocking on the door? Like, what else do we? I mean, you lose 1 last year, you kind of got to win the rest of the games. But now it's like, you could lose 2 and still make the top 12 if you lose to Oregon and say you lose to Oregon again in the championship, or whatever, Penn State again, whatever. Like, as long as you have 2 losses or fewer, you can make the playoffs. Especially when you lose by 1 on the road, Oregon thrown into the end zone. Crappy pass interference call on J.J. Smith, who's, he's like LeBron James. He's so big and strong that there's different rules for him. So, again, is what it is. Nevada, your thoughts. Defense artists, if we're going to lose to Oregon, better to lose now. I agree with that completely.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, the glimmer of hope was they made some good adjustments. They only gave up 10 points in the second half. That's the good news. The bad news is they gave up 32 for the game or whatever it was, and it was one of those games. Like I said, I don't think I would have dialed up more pressure. I'm not sure if it would have made any difference because if you're not covering guys with your corners, I don't know what you do. But again, feel free to, everybody can pile on Knowles. I know Knowles, fire Knowles, Knowles sucks, gimmicky defense, whatever. But somebody tell me what defense you call if Denzel Burke can't cover their wide receiver, and then I'll shut up about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a senior, and he's a guy that was on the verge of being a captain and had a bad night. It picked a bad night to have a bad night, and it is what it is. Chris Hops, thanks for the 10. Appreciate you, my friend. If you have a question, try to put that in the chat. These super chats are flying in hot and heavy. Glenn Jackson, thank you for the 5. How the hell do you not get those 4 seconds back when they have 12 on the field? Well, I don't know, Nevada. That was the first thing you texted me, and you said stuff way worse than hell. But again, that was Ryan just having a brain fart. Again, Ryan's got 800 coaches on that staff, and one of them should say, "Hey, Ryan, we should get that time back from when they had 12 on the field." But again, I've said it time before and time again. There are a lot of guys that are on Ryan's staff that don't do anything. They're not very smart. They're not additive. And again, tonight was a shining example where one of the 8 million quality control coaches or analysts could have said, "Hey, we should get time back on the clock," and they should tell the official or call the time. I mean, something, but they didn't do it. And again, the officials were bad. But again, there needs to be more accountability from these other guys. Because again, when I worked with Urban, we had a guy that kept the time. We had a time guy that would know, hey, this is how many first downs we need to burn the clock out to run the game in grind mode. This is we had like all these charts and all these analytics, and so we were pretty good about managing the clock because we kind of knew what we had to do. And we also had a rule guy that knew the rules of, okay, 12 men on the field, we get our time back on the clock, or when to reset the play clock, or whatever, all that little stuff. Because again, when you're Ryan Day down on the field, loud, crazy, people flying all over the sideline, like you need somebody up in the booth to help you. And again, I just don't think he's getting that. Nevada, your thoughts. Again, Glenn, appreciate you, my friend. How the hell do you not get those 4 seconds back when you have 12 on the field? Nevada, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure you do because it's a play and that was a penalty on them after the plays. But the one before were on the J.J. Smith where we had 36 seconds to go and we let the clock run all the way. We burned 26 seconds, calling a play. Or whatever. Well, I'd have to go back and look. But whatever it was really bad, and that was really, really on Ryan Day. And the refs really, really had a tough day today. But they decided the game. I mean, I always told the refs, man, when I'm like, don't decide the game. Let the game be decided. Whatever it is, you're not the show. Don't decide the game. And they literally decided the game tonight. And that's not whining. That's just a fact.
Yeah, they were brutal tonight. Jojo, thank you for the 10. What happened to defense on third downs? Why is JT freelancing? I thought Jim knows he'd be a little bit more aggressive. You seem like he calls plays uptight. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought that our coverage, our DBs, especially our corners, did not have a great night. They took some penalties. They got burnt a few times. But again, these are by far the best skill guys that they've seen. These guys can run. These guys are good. And Tez was Tez and Stewart was Stewart. And those guys are big time guys. So, again, it was a 1-point game. And I thought that, by and large, like I thought we were in it. And sometimes, again, like I've said a million times, you've got to have, if one side of the ball isn't playing great, the other side has to pick them up. And that's just how football is. It's a team sport. Like, again, there were times where, the defense would carry us when I played. And then there's times like in 06 versus that Michigan team, we had to carry them because they couldn't get a stop. They gave up 39 to Michigan, but we scored 42. So again, this is one where I thought the offense was, every time the other team was scoring runs in their inning, like the offense was coming back and, hitting home runs and getting touchdowns and doing their thing. So, but I don't know, Nevada, your thoughts. What happened to the defense on third down? Why is JT freelancing? I thought Jim Knowles would be a little bit more aggressive. You seem like he called plays uptight. And again, I don't know how aggressive you can be if your corners are having a bad night. Because again, if you're aggressive, you make it way tougher on your corners. And our corners weren't exactly lighting it up. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think you summed it up well. Like in hindsight, given the way the game ended up, I definitely would have called more pressure because we didn't win. But when you can't cover guys, I'm not sure blitz. I mean, maybe it's the right. I don't know. I mean, I like I said, I don't think Jim Knowles had a great game tonight. But having said that, if we kick a field goal there with 5 seconds to go and win the game 34-32, are people feeling completely differently about the game? And that's kind of like last year against Notre Dame. We go down and score at the end, and everybody's happy, and everything. Every mistake has been forgiven. But on this one, we got a freaking 15-yard penalty. I mean, literally a 15-yard penalty. The only thing we were already in field goal range. Yeah. So like we just can't take a 15-yard penalty. So that was really unfortunate.
Yeah, it was hard because, like, if you watch the game on the betting app, like, the reason I watch it on, like, DraftKings is because it's always a play ahead of the TV. It's always at least one play ahead. So, because the gambling odds are always as sharp as can be. So, like, I was like, how did we just lose 15 yards? I was like, did we take, like, a crazy sack? Or did we – I was like, did we snap it over his head or something that we lost 15? And then it's, like, offensive pass interference. Because, like, it's hard to get a 15-yard penalty on offense. It's an offensive pass interference or a chop block. That's it. So I was like, how did we just lose 50? It's like, oh, that's how that guy had to make that call. Buckeye 91, thanks for the 10. Is it just me, or does it seem like Ohio State's defense chokes when it's time to make a big stop? I know defenses will give up big plays, but it feels like our defense gives up just the right amount to end it. I don't know. I mean, I think that, like I said, it's hard when your corner is having a bad day and he gets roasted. And, again, like he was a liability all night. Again, I'm not trying to beat Denzel to death because everyone else in the fan base will do that, but it's hard. I mean, guys, I thought that we had a good stop at the goal line, or we stood them up on third down on like the 1 yard line. They had to kick a short field goal to take the lead. So again, I thought that was bowing up. Again, we left it a 1-point game, drive the field, get in field goal range. So again, like when we needed it, the defense stopped them. They're second and goal, third and goal, and we stopped them each time. On fourth down, they had to kick that short field goal to basically win the game. So again, it was a 1-point game where it's a field goal game. Get it down to the 30-yard line, and let's see if Fielding can win it. So I don't know. I kind of look at it different. I thought our defense bowed up when we needed to at the very end. Again, it's you're not playing the sisters of the poor. I mean, Oregon's one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the country easily. And again, they were juiced up and they played well enough. Again, I didn't think they were perfect. Obviously, they had all kinds of errors on special teams, and we made all kinds of plays on them. So again, I'm not going to get too worked up on a 1-point loss on the road, tough environment, like whatever. I mean, it just is what it is. But this is my opinion. Nevada, your opinion, is it just me, or does it seem like Ohio State's defense chokes when it's their time to make a stop? I know defenses will give up big plays, but it feels like our defense gives up just the right amount to end it.
Yeah, no, I couldn't disagree more. I mean, I thought they gave us the stop and gave us the ball back with a chance to win the game, and we got in position to win the game. And that was despite what I mean. How many? I mean, how many? I don't want to exaggerate, but how many times did Burke get beat over the top? Was it 3 times? Well,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
it was
like,
at least
yeah,
multiple. It was at least
touchdowns,
two
and then
two
yeah,
touch.
two
Yeah, so I
touchdowns, and
mean,
then
like
the one play to the tight end where he was in man coverage on the tight end where they converted on. I think if that was, I think it was fourth down, maybe middle of the field. He got
Well,
caught in the
that
middle of
one
the
was
play.
that was unfortunate too because that ball hit Jordan Hancock's hands too. Like Jordan
Yeah,
Hancock literally jumps up and hits that ball, and so instead of turning the ball over at midfield, it goes through. But it was just one of those games we didn't get the breaks, and they got the big call. I mean, they got the big call. Like, did Oregon get called for holding a single time tonight?
no,
No,
not once.
and we get called for a freaking offensive pass interference with 20
Yeah,
seconds to go to get. I just don't have words.
yeah. But like I said, that's why with a 12-team playoff, it's not, you're not at death's door like you were in the past. JoJo, thanks for the deuce. Defense on third downs. What happened? We didn't cover their good receivers, and their receivers are good. They make plays, and Tez made a bunch of plays, and kind of is what it is. You got to play better versus their good dudes. And again, like when our corners not there, and they're finding spots in our zones, and we're not getting the amount of pressure that we need to get from rushing four guys, then makes it hard. I mean, I thought that they turned the ends loose a little bit more, but we just couldn't get to him. And again, this quarterback can run. I mean, he's like Todd Blackledge said about 700 times. He's the most experienced quarterback in the history of college football. So the guy's a good player. He made plays he needed to. And like I said, our DBs, like I mean, Denzel looked like looked like he had a pulled hamstring tonight. He was so slow. But again, I'm not trying to beat down Denzel. I'm sure he feels terrible, and I'm sure that when he opens his phone up, he's going to feel even worse because it's like Tez Johnson is still running right now after playing against Denzel. But Nevada, your thoughts on defense on third downs? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, they were 6 for 14 on third down. It just felt like it was like they converted everyone because they converted some long ones. Um, yeah, no, we didn't do a good job. I don't think Knowles didn't do a good job. The players didn't do a good job. Um, but we were close. I mean, 6 for 14. You get a couple. You're a stop or two away from being in that real good range. But no, we just didn't get it done. We did not have a great game. And they were playing find the fish, and the fish was Denzel, and they were just going back back at him time and time and time again. And that I'm just telling you, as a former defensive coordinator, that just makes calling your defense really, really hard if your number one corner can't cover. It just makes it darn near impossible.
Well, and they can smell when someone is his confidence is shook, and they could tell Denzel was shook after he got scorched on the first one. Because again, Superman hadn't bled yet, and Denzel's a guy who preseason All American, preseason All Big Ten, whatever, and he hasn't seen anybody in a real game yet. So he saw a real guy tonight and didn't go great. So again, he's got to get back on the horse. And again, that's the beautiful thing about football is he gets to go watch film tomorrow, and it's going to be a bludgeoning, but he gets to get back at it tomorrow night, and he gets to get back to practice Tuesday. And again, he's got to get this sour taste out of his mouth over the bye week. Because again, that's the only negative of this thing is they're off next week, so you got the sourpuss taste in your mouth for 2 weeks. Because again, when we lost games in the regular season, I couldn't wait to get to practice on Tuesday to get the stench out of my soul from losing a game. So. But yeah, just like I said, it's gonna be a long, terrible flight home. It just is what it is. You lose a game like that, and you got a 6-hour flight home, or a 5-hour, whatever it is. It's gonna suck. Sean Linsky, thanks for the deuce. Here you go, Nevada. Trey averaged 8.7 yards per carry. Why only 10 rushes? I thought Trey was a man possessed tonight. He was clearly more effective than Quinshawn. Quinshawn had that fumble. I think they were leaning more on Trey. What are your thoughts on the lack of carries for Trey Henderson?
Yeah, I thought that despite scoring 31 points today, that I thought Chip went away a little bit from the run. And now maybe that had to do with missing some guys on the offensive line, or the fact that Will was so dialed in passing the ball. Um, but no, I just think anytime you're splitting carries between two backs, and I would have probably leaned on the run more. Yeah, clearly in that last situation where JJ got the pass interference, I would have run Trey up the middle on that play. But maybe then, if Fielding misses the field goal, we're complaining because, oh, we weren't aggressive enough. I mean, it's just unfortunate. It was an unfortunate ending to a great game. But no, Trey was great, and that's another guy that nobody's in the history of Ohio State has probably been abused as much as Trey Henderson has by the OSU fan base, and he's just a terrific player, man. I'm so glad that I stood up for that guy for those years when people are calling him soft and a quitter and all the other stuff, and I was just like, guys, you don't know him. That's not it at all. He's just he's got plantar and torn ligaments in his foot, and everybody's like, he's terrible. He doesn't have any vision. Well, he had vision tonight, man. He was really good, and like I said, I thought the guys deserved better. They deserved to win that game at the end, and I feel like we all got robbed of a great college football ending.
Yeah, I agree, but yeah, I thought Trey was fantastic tonight, and he was physical and a leader, and he's everything you want in your senior captain. Chris Hobbs, thanks for the 10. Messed up my first super chat of all the kinds of losses. This one's the least bad. We played bad on the road. Up 2 minutes with a chance to win. Maybe we need this. I wouldn't say that we played bad. I mean, when you score 31 points and you've got, Will Howard was 28 for 35 for 326, 2 touchdowns, and he also ran for a touchdown. So that's, if he does that, we should never lose a game. Obviously defensively, you don't want to give up 500 yards or whatever it was, and we give up it was 496. So again, you could tighten that down a little bit, but again, it's sometimes you're going to be in shootouts. Again, this is the new era of college football is so slanted towards offense that it's crazy. Again, you go back 10 years ago and you go say, okay, Alabama's going to play Georgia. You're probably thinking it's going to be 27-21 or whatever. It's not going to be 45-38 or whatever it ended up being the other night. Because again, offense rules the day. So again, you got to adjust your expectations a little bit because that's just what it is. But I thought we played well. Again, the thing that was disappointing to me was the pre-snap penalties. I thought that those were, frankly, a lack of focus. And again, that's something that those guys need to go back and work on. Because again, all those 5-yard pre-snap penalties, they kill you. And that's just the guys not being locked in, not being focused. I thought G. Scott showed up tonight. He had some plays. And again, we've been very hard on G. But he had another dumb penalty where, again, if you're a receiver, you should never get a false start. You're standing in your stance looking at the ball. So how could you ever flinch or move early when you're literally looking at the ball? Because you can't hear the snap normally anyways. So, but I don't know. I agree. I did not think this was a bad loss. Again, it's a loss. It sucks. And I'm not condoning losing, obviously, but this is, the closer we get to this NFL mindset. The New England Patriots have never gone undefeated. They won 7 Super Bowls, and people say they're one of the greatest dynasties of all time. So, again, going undefeated is hard. But, again, sometimes I think a loss can help refocus you, recalibrate you, and get guys back down to earth before it's too late. Because I think that, again, I lived that 06 year. We were wire-to-wire number 1. And guess what? That we don't have reunions. Nobody cares about that 06 team because all we did was win the Big Ten and we lost to Florida. It almost would have been better if we would have lost a game and refocused and got knocked off our high horse and been shown that we could bleed and we could indeed lose. Because again, I think that if we would have won this game and kept rolling down the road, I think who knows what the adulation would be like and the rat poison that would be fed. And so I don't know. Again, I'm not some. I'm happy we lost, but again, I think it's good to refocus these guys a little bit and say, hey, everything's still in front of you. That's the beauty about the new format with this 12-team playoff. Everything is still in front of you. And again, I think that's going to be awesome for these guys as they get on the plane and head home. Nevada, Chris Hops, again, thanks for the 10. Appreciate you. Said he messed up his first super chat. Of all these kinds of losses, this is the least bad. We played bad on the road up with 2 minutes to go and had a chance to win. Maybe we needed this. What are your thoughts?
I just asked myself what really has changed. If we'd have made the field goal, what would have changed relative to missing the field goal? And the answer is not a whole lot. And other than being sad, other than being sad and wondering, hey, we lost the turnover bot, fumbled 1-0. We had too many penalties. Certainly didn't play a clean game, but that is a very difficult place to play. We talked about it before. It's the biggest, home game in the history of the history of the Oregon Ducks. So we'll be better for having played in that. We'll be better for having played in that environment. That'll get us ready to play at Penn State, which is looking, shaping up to be, quite a game going forward. And yeah, I mean, I'm the thing I'm most worried about everything is Josh Simmons. I hope Josh Simmons somehow, some way, is not done, and because that's although having said that, Zen Mikulski played really well, and next man up, good for him. And I thought he came in and really competed well. So hey, it's football. Sometimes football's cruel, but this game was literally decided by an offensive pass interference penalty, and nobody will ever convince me any differently. I mean, that's the only thing that was different in the game.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm way more nervous or upset about Josh getting hurt because again, like I think Zen, when he gets a full week of practice as a starter and he's got his mind right to be a starter, it's way different than being a backup. Trust me, I've been a backup. I've been a backup tackle. So there's no bigger expert in the history of the Ohio State beat about being a backup offensive lineman than I am. Because I was, and then all of a sudden I had to go into the game because it wasn't because of injuries, because our right tackle was getting abused by a first round pick defensive end. And they're like, Kirk, you got to go in there and block him. And I was like, great, this will be fun. Can't wait. So I think Zen, I was proud of Zen because again, you got to understand when you lose an All-American left tackle, when you bring in a guy who's barely played, he's played mop up time his entire career. Oregon's going to attack him. They're going to blitz his side. They're going to try to make him nervous. They're going to jump to Bear. They jumped to Bear a couple times. They want to see how much he knows and what he can do. Because again, they're like, you're like sharks in the water. When you see a new guy in the game, you go after him immediately. And I thought Zen he hung in there. Again, the procedure penalties were sloppy. And again, that's something that Ryan Day and Chip Kelly got to hammer. And because again, when we go to State College, it'll be louder than Outson, and we can't vomit all over ourselves and do that. But with all that being said, Will Howard erased a lot of badness by how incredible he was tonight. I thought he was maybe the best player on the field outside of Dylan. I mean, him and Dylan Gabriel, I thought were the two best guys on the field tonight. So again, that gives me a lot of pause because if our defense has a B game, C game, whatever, like if they bring up their level with the way our offense played, then we're not going to lose to anybody. I don't think, but that's just me. Chad Russell, thanks for the 5. I'm not too upset about the loss. Maybe we needed so we could be hungry to win the Natty. Would have been hard to go perfect season. Yeah, I like I said, I think that there's something to that because again, I was on a perfect team that was number one wire to wire until the very last game, which is the only game that really matters if you're number one. And like again, do I look back and think that it would have helped us if we would have lost the game? Yeah, I do. Like, I mean, in 2007, we lost the game at the very end, and I thought that we came out and played way harder versus LSU. We went out and beat Michigan. We were focused. Again, you see your mortality when you lose the game because, again, now these guys know they can't lose another game. Maybe they could lose a second game, but you don't want to put it in. It's kind of like in fighting. You don't want to leave it in the hands of the judges. You want to finish the fight. And so, if you run the table, which they can do, again, Penn State's good. They had a good come from behind win. They're going to be very formidable at State College. But, our team physically is better than they are. And I think that we just got to show up and play. And you got to get this O-line rolling. Again, we were down 2 starters, for most of the first half on the O-line. I can't remember the last time that happened. We only lose one guy. I can't remember the last time we lost 2 guys. Obviously, Tiger came back in the second half. But, that's devastating. To say the least, and our guys are still able to hang on there. Nevada, your thoughts, Chad? Again, appreciate you. Thanks for the 5. It says, I'm not too upset about the loss. Maybe we needed it so we could be hungry to win the Natty. It would have been hard to go and have a perfect season. What are your thoughts?
I totally agree. I think that fans have to recognize that college football has changed forever with this 12-team playoff. And, the way that you're approaching the season is going to be, it's about health and hot at the end of the year, not season-long excellence. And so losing a game like this does not mean the same that it used to. And that's just facts.
Yeah, I totally agree. Mark Bundy, thanks for the deuce. We will smoke them in Indy in December. Nevada OH. Totally agree. Yeah, I think that this will be good for us. Because, again, I always think that revenge thing is good. It's like when the years with, like, in the SEC where Bama would win the SEC and beat Georgia, then they'd play again at the national championship game and lose. Like, I think that the team that wins the first game is at a disadvantage the next time they play because of the revenge thing. Because, again, the ultimate get back is to go and play these guys again and get it in and get it done. Sean Linsky, thanks for the 5. Really frustrating not watching us get home on the pass rush. Defense has to be more creative / risky on key downs. JT, Jack, Cody, we need more. Nevada, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I got mixed thoughts. I mean, I think they were trying to keep Gabriel from running wild, and we saw what happened when JT freelanced and lost contain, and he waltzed into the end zone. But yeah, I agree. What I wouldn't give for a Will Smith or a Nick Bosa or Joey Bosa or Chase Young, somebody that can generate pass. We just don't generate enough pass rate, and we weren't getting even enough push up the middle to kind of keep him from stepping up into his throws. And as a result, he had a monster game against us. And yeah, I totally agree. And I think that it's causing us to have to bring pressure, and when you do that, that leaves you really vulnerable in the back.
Yeah, I thought Tyreek was disappointing. I thought that versus their interior, I thought he'd have a day, and he was. I don't want to say he's invisible because I'll rewatch the game, but I didn't see him disrupt the way I thought that he would. I mean, he wasn't as disruptive as the Harmon kid. The Harmon kid had that forced fumble early, and he was making plays. I thought their D tackles. I don't want to say they were better than ours, but they were disrupting. I noticed them more, which again, I'll go back and watch it, so I have a chance to correct myself if I'm wrong. Jacob Forrest, thanks for the deuce. Knowles is overrated. Nevada, your thoughts?
Man, that's stupid take. Of course, Knowles is not overrated. Just they didn't have a great game today, and I don't think he had a great game. But I mean, they're still averaging, I think, 11 points a game over the past 19 games or something. So no, that's not overrated. That's a dumb take.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't know how you're supposed to call a defense if your top corner, who's a potential first round pick, just gets torched. So again, that's hard. I don't know what defense you're supposed to call. You're supposed to put two corners on the one guy because the one guy's not doing his job. But that's just part of modern defense, I guess. Ohio Refugee, thanks for the 10. Thanks for being an Ultra member as well. Burke was the fish, and Jim let him mess up a few too many times. If his head isn't in it, sit him for a series, a bonehead final drive by all parties. Day can't win the big one, chokes on it. I don't know how you bench Denzel. Go ahead, Nevada. Get some.
No, just bench Denzel Burke. I mean, come on, guys, please. I mean, I know you guys do the super chats, but think these things out before you type the stuff and stuff like that. You can't bench Denzel Burke, okay? And no, there's no defense you can call that covers for your number one cornerback getting torched repeatedly on the outside. There's nothing. There's nothing you can do. So, as for Ryan Day and the big game, I don't know. If they don't call offensive pass interference and Fielding makes a field goal, then we won last year at Notre Dame. Was that not a big game? I mean, we won. He's won lots. He's beaten Michigan. I mean, he's won lots of games. So we just didn't get the we got no breaks tonight that would the substantial breaks. The turnovers. They got a turnover. They got a line drive that hit C.J. Hicks, and they got an offensive pass interference call to take us out of field goal range in the final seconds. Those are three pretty gigantic ball. We didn't get a single play like that.
J-Wash Chucking LLC, thank you for the 10. I just think we're not a good zone defense team. Jim Knowles is scared to blitz. I feel like we make the game harder on offense. 20 seconds to get into our play call. I don't know if he's scared to blitz. I mean, I don't know. Like, again, I don't like blitzing guys that can run like Dylan Gabriel. Because, again, if you blitz him and you miss and you get your guys. Here's the thing. If you want to play man coverage versus a guy that can run like Dylan Gabriel can, then have at it. You're going to get absolutely destroyed. So you got to play some zone. Because when a guy can scramble like him, it's like committing suicide to just play straight man coverage. Because then none of your guys are looking at the quarterback. So when he goes running for 50 yards, then you're going to be like, man, I wonder why that happened. So again, there's a give and take. Again, it's as fun as it is to say let's blitz and play man every time. Like that's great until you get shredded. Now again, could we be better on zone? Yeah, but again, Oregon is, as much as they give us all this crap about being the $20 million team, like Oregon probably spent more money on their team than we did. Oregon's got great players. So again, this isn't losing to Purdue or Iowa or like one of those. Like Oregon's easily a top 5 team in the country. They proved it tonight. And again, we were throwing at the end zone to try to win the game at the very end. And again, was our mechanics at the end of the game poor? Yeah. Do I think Ryan should have called that last time out to make sure that everyone knew the game plan? Yeah. But it happens. Sometimes this is part of the game. But again, at the end of the day, this game, it doesn't really mean anything because everything's still in front of these guys. So all their goals are still there. And now it's time for the leaders to rally this team. Nevada J-Wash Trucking LLC. Thanks for the 10. He says, I just think we're not a good zone defense team. Jim Knowles is scared to blitz, and I feel like we make the game harder on offense. 20 seconds to get into our play call. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, there's a lot to unwind there. Offensively, I'm having trouble coming up with a lot of criticism for the offense tonight. I thought the offense was pretty good, 467 yards. Another 4 touchdowns in the red zone. No, I thought the offense. I like the way the offense runs. Is it perfect? No. Could Chip Kelly call some different plays for sure? Could Trey Henderson have turned that one up on that 4th or 3rd and 1 where he took it outside instead of busting up? There's always little things you can pick, but no, I thought they played pretty well defensively. Yeah, it's kind of a pick your poison. Tonight was kind of the perfect storm of. If you have your Ohio State bingo card and you have Denzel Burke getting roasted by their thing, man, I just didn't see that coming. I just didn't. I didn't see that in any scenario. I always try to game these things out. There was no scenario in my head where I thought that Denzel Burke would just be getting toasted like number 28 was in the 18 Michigan game or whatever. It's just like I just didn't see it coming. And so maybe I should have. Maybe there should have been the warning signs, but I sure as heck didn't see it. I think Denzel's a really good player. I know NFL scouts really think Denzel's a really good player, but boy, he struggled tonight. I'm like big time. Like
I said, you need your best players to play their best in the biggest games, and he didn't. So again, like I have empathy for Denzel because again, I know how this fan base they'll cannibalize him and they'll eat him alive. And I feel bad for the kid, but it's part of the gig. Again, until Denzel does something huge, this is what he'll be known for the rest of his life. He can go into the NFL, be a first-round pick, but people are going to remember him getting torched versus Oregon. That's how our fan base is. So again, and if I'm wrong, please tell me. Say, Kirk, now I remember Denzel for this play versus Iowa or this thing versus Michigan State, or whatever. But people are going to remember this game tonight. And again, that's part of signing up to play at Ohio State. Again, this is free will. If you don't want people to know, go play at Akron. Go play Division III ball. Nobody will ever know if you make a mistake or not. But here, it's like you have a game like that. For me, again, I had that Florida game. It was not fun. Telling you, I couldn't wait to get back on the field and turn it into a first-team All-American the next year because, again, I could not wait to rectify myself because we didn't play great that night. And again, it was a lot like. I'd always say it was like tonight because we lost Ted Ginn, who was the best player on our team. So it would have been like if Will Howard would have gotten hurt tonight. Will Howard is our best player by far, and you got to try to mash it together with Devin Brown. But losing Josh Simmons was devastating, I thought. It just we weren't able to run a lot of the stuff that I think we wanted to run because you have to protect Zen and the O-line, especially when you've got 2 starters down. Again, that's you can run your offense, but you better make sure that those guys are comfortable before you do a lot of heavy drop back. And because when you have Josh Simmons out there pass protecting, he's like an eraser. He's been unbelievable pass blocking basically on an island by himself all year. All of a sudden you have a kid that hasn't played at all out there, so you can't be as aggressive taking deep shots and whatever. If Oregon would have lost one of their tackles, then I don't think you can take the deep shots they were taking because again, you got to protect a backup tackle who hasn't played much. But it is what it is. Mike Green, thanks for the deuce. Our tackling was horrendous. I mean, yeah, I mean, but those guys got good athletes, good players, and like I said all week that you got to stop Tez, you got to stop the tight end, and we didn't really stop either. But those guys, they had the best. That's the best skill we're going to see all year by far. And again, it's just something that our guys can get coached on. Survive the hunt. Thank you for the 5. I'm not even all that upset at this one. I'm not either. Probably the best thing that could have happened for the rest of the season. Got to beat Penn State, though. Go Bucks. Nevada, I think that me and you share that same kind of thought because, again, it's like the NFL. Like the New England Patriots won 7 Super Bowls. They never were undefeated in the regular season, but they made the playoffs. They made a run, won the title. Like our guys can still do that. And again, with the 12-team playoff, you don't even have the anxiety of the old 4-team system that we had last year where it's like, oh God, we got to try to sneak in and we have no margin for error now. Now we're still straight, but I think that this will be good for the guys. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, and I'm going to let you in on a little secret too. Say we go to Penn State and lose, okay? So our 2 losses are at Oregon and at Penn State. So at number 3 and at number 5 or whatever it is. We're still comfortably in the playoff, and we'll probably be 8 or 9. You know what I'm saying? So your margin for error in a 12-team playoff is still incredibly hard because at that point you're not even playing in the Big Ten championship game. So so that's not even a risk of another loss right there. And so yeah, as a fan, man, it was one of my fondest memories were when the Packers won the Super Bowl as a wild card. You just got to get in the playoff. You get in the playoff and let the chips fall where they may, because after the first round, they're all neutral site games, and we can play with anybody in a neutral site. So we've got a lot of margin for error, and I totally agree. I think nothing like getting punched in the mouth, losing a close game like this. I've been on teams that were perfect, and I can tell you the weight of perfection weighs heavy, and it's hard, man. And everybody's looking to knock you down, and I like getting it out of the way. I mean, I do. I've always felt that way. Did I want to lose tonight? No. Was I mad when the ref called that thing, and was I pissed that we didn't get a field? Yeah, I was, but it doesn't change that much. It really, really doesn't.
I think, yeah, to me, I think that now you get a chance to refocus, recalibrate, and see who's really with you. Like, who's really riding with you? Is it just the people that were happy that you're undefeated and number 2 or 3 in the country or whatever? Or is it, because again, there will be some people that jump off the bandwagon. There will be some people that whip these kids incessantly. It'll be ridiculous how far off the rails they're going. And again, a lot of it has to, there's going to be people tonight that are drunk that are going to say crazy stuff. There are going to be people tonight that lost money betting Ohio State's money line that'll say crazy. Probably a combo platter of the two, because people get very nasty towards these kids. But again, they're not looked at like kids anymore because they make NIL money. They make hundreds of thousands of dollars. So again, now's the time to close ranks, see who's really with you, see who supports you. Again, it was kind of like when we lost to Virginia Tech at home in 2014, and like the whole world flushed that team down the toilet. Except me, because next day I went to the gym, I was wearing all Ohio State regalia. I looked like Brutus Buckeye going to LA Fitness. Because again, and I told Elfline, I told all those Taylor Decker, all those kids I was real close with. I said, look, I'm still with you. I might be the only one, but I'm still here. I don't care if you lose to Virginia Tech. I mean, it's one loss. You guys run the table. You guys are straight. Now, they don't even have to run the table. You can lose 2 times and still make the playoffs, and all your dreams are ready. Because again, at the end of the day, it's who's the best team at the end of the season, not right now. You don't get, again, trust me, this is coming from a guy that was number 1 in the country. We beat number 1 Texas. We beat number 2 Michigan. And guess what? We didn't get anything for that. We got a stupid Big Ten title ring. So you don't get a trophy for winning a midseason regular season game. And again, I'd say the same thing if we would have won tonight. Because again, does it matter? No, because you're probably going to see these guys again. So, they can go drink champagne in the locker room and have a blast, but you're going to have to see these guys again, and it's probably going to be a different outcome because they know that they got it out by the skin of their teeth. The next time we see them, it's going to be a neutral site, so we'll see how it goes. Sergio Salmon next to the 5. Dude, I can't take excuses. Defense was a joke. Clock management. Eyes don't lie. Not a knee-jerk reaction. I mean, I don't think our defense didn't have a great game, but I told you, this is football. You have to pick each side of the ball, but I thought our offense was picking us up. I thought our offense, literally, they were, on the 35-yard line when the game ended, and, Will had the brain fart, and he slid in the middle of the field. So, again, is it a learning experience? Yeah. Did we play the way that we dreamed of playing? No. But again, this is part of the game. You go watch the film, you make corrections, you have a tough week of practice. These guys go reset for the bye week, and then it's the next stretch of the season. It's Nebraska, Penn State, the whole crew. So your thoughts, Nevada. Again, thanks for the 5, Sergio. Dude, I can't take excuses. Defense was a joke, clock management. Eyes don't lie, not a knee-jerk reaction. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it is the knee-jerk reaction. I mean, look, I thought the defense spawns, except for Denzel, actually played okay. I mean, actually, I thought they played okay. I thought, do I wish that our pass rush was a little bit more effective? Sure. I thought Sonny made some tackles. I thought Cody, he missed one tackle early, but I thought he played pretty well. I thought the other defensive backs played pretty well. I mean, it literally was, Denzel getting ridiculously roasted out there, and that's, that's hard. The clock management, no excuses. That's been a problem. Ryan gets paid way too much money to make mistakes like that on clock management, but it happened. We move on, and I'm just telling you, if you really when you sober up from watching the game and you look at it and kind of go, what's really changed for Ohio State? And the answer, I'm telling you, the answer is really not a whole heck of a lot. It hasn't changed that much. If you want to have a top 4 seed, you had to go beat Penn State and you had to win the Big Ten championship game. Well, you know what? You still have to go beat Penn State and you got to win the Big Ten championship game to have a top 4 seed. Otherwise, you're going to be number 5 through 12, and then let's go get it on.
And again, you look at the final stats. I mean, total yards, Oregon was 496. We were 467. So, I mean, it's 30 yards. The thing that hurt us, rushing was the same. Penalties hurt us. 8 for 70 versus 3 for 25. And we had the 1 turnover. I talked all week about we got to win the turnover margin. We lost that. And special teams, again, when they did that, if it was a squib or whatever it was, that it wasn't a turnover, but that was something that, again, that was a big momentum shifter because we were getting the ball back and they really couldn't stop us. But that was something that was kind of a slap in the face because we weren't ready for it. Now, again, I don't know if it was planned. I don't know. But again, it'll be interesting to see if they say in the press conference if that was planned or if that was just a straight, kick it down the middle of the field and don't let those guys return it type deal. Sean Liskey, thanks for the 5. Thoughts on no trick or gadget plays to spark the offense? Oregon played with the snap a couple of times, was effective. No reverse to JJ. I mean, I don't know. I thought that our regular offense worked fine. I mean, I think that, you don't need to run a bunch of gimmicks and gadgets when you've got Emeka Egbuka lighting the world on fire. I mean, he played fantastic, and Trey was really good, and I thought JJ was good. So, G. Scott, I thought, might have played his best game. From a receiving perspective, I think he had his best game because he had some real timely catches. And again, we've been hard on G, and he had his token weekly penalty that, he's got to be the most penalized player in the country because he gets a penalty every week. But I don't know. Nevada, do you think that, again, Sean, next to the 5, says, thoughts on no trick or gadget plays to spark the offense? Because I thought the offense was good. I don't know if they needed a spark. I mean, we needed 2 more points, but I don't know if we needed a spark. But what are your thoughts?
I mean, 467 yards, 31 points. And like you said, we lost a possession on an onside kick that hit a guy up front. So I thought we were pretty efficient. Very opportunistic in the red zone. I think there are probably, it's just hard to call trick plays when you're missing 2 of your starting linemen too. You know what I'm saying? I think that at that point, that probably had to play in the back of their mind that they wanted to keep things at least pretty straightforward. You're not going to do things that are too weird. But yeah, no, I mean, dude, when he dropped that pass into, and let me also say too, there was one flinch that was bad. Tigres flinch was bad, but some of those flinches were so subtle. And I mean, I've seen a lot worse than that not get called. You know what I'm saying? I've seen guys come out of the stance early and kick out and they don't call it. But so they were watching that like hawks tonight. And but yeah, I think we had 5 procedure penalties before the thing, and we were still able to move the ball despite that. So no, I thought the offense did. I mean, how would you grade the offense tonight, Kirk? I mean, A-. When you play if you score that many points, you should win.
You score 30 again. Like again, you got to remember in the old days, 700 years ago, our goal was to score 24 points, and they say if we score 24 points at Ohio State, we win 97% of the time. Now that might have gone up in the last 10 years, 20 years, whatever it is, but that was the old goal. So call it 30. Like I can't imagine how many games we've lost in the history of the program where we've scored 30 points. It's probably less than 20 in 100 years, maybe. So, again, but like, did I think that our defense could they have been better? Yeah, obviously. But, Oregon's good. And again, we had some, when you blow some coverages, man, it kills you. You give up those explosives, it kills you. But again, I don't think, I liked our quick passing game. I just get it to Emeka and JJ and let them run. Like they don't have to run bombs, and especially like when you lose your left tackle, man. I don't know if you can protect for long enough. I'm telling you put in a new left tackle, like you put in a new left tackle, try to call a bomb to JJ, and then you give up a sack fumble, then you're gonna look like a doofus. So again, like Chip Kelly knew what he was working with. Again, Zen has been in the program for 5 years. He's never started a game. So again, you've got a guy who's never really playing left tackle in the game of the year thus far in college football. So. Again, I thought he protected him. He got rid of the ball quick. I thought Emeka was fantastic. I mean, I can't imagine Emeka playing better than he did. He was fantastic. I loved the sweep to Emeka because I've been screaming for them to run the ball with Emeka because he's got running back traits and he's a physical kid. And like, thank God, every time he touched it, he got 10 yards. So, I liked the game plan. Again, we lost by 1 point. So this wasn't like, oh my God, we're in. And we were driving in again. I was on my betting app, and we were favored to win as the game was ending. So it was like, it kept switching. We were like minus, 180 at, with 20 seconds to go in the game. Like the betting apps were saying we were favored to win at that point. So again, they're not czars, but they also like to protect their money. So when they're saying we're probably going to kick a field goal to win, then that's what it was looking like. Nevada Buckeye 91. Thanks for the 5. Appreciate you, my friend. 2 minutes left. Let Oregon score. Keep 3 timeouts. 36-31 with 1:54. I think that would have been more of a winning scenario. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you just give up 1 point, I mean, we just needed a field goal. And we were in field goal range, and then we had an offensive pass interference. So I guess, like, hopefully they don't call that on JJ, but I think that our defense did fantastic keeping him out of the end zone there. I mean, they were on the 1 yard line and held him, stood him up at the goal line. They had to kick a field goal, so they got by 1 point. And, you don't have to get nearly as much yardage. And with our receivers and how explosive those guys are, like, we were in field goal range until we had a stupid offensive pass interference penalty. But what are your thoughts, Nevada? Do you let them score, keep 3 timeouts, and go down by 5? Yeah, I don't either because I don't think that makes sense.
No, you only need a field goal. I mean, and like you said, we moved right down and we're in field goal range. So, it was. I mean, and it was all right there. Literally, our loss equity was get a 15-yard penalty. So that's what happened. We got a 15-yard penalty and it kicked us out of field goal range. And that was unfortunate.
Yeah. Sergio Salmon, thanks for the deuce. Will Howard is a perfect quarterback for OSU. Stop the clock. Yeah, I thought like, again, Will Howard was incredible tonight. Like, I literally was like, this guy, he never looked nervous. He was marching us down the field, even when we had, a lot of procedure penalties and the OPI at the very end. But like, he looked like he was ready to go win the game, like John Elway, and he was marching down the field. And again, when you got to go second and whatever it was, 15 or 20, it was something crazy. That's really tough. When you're third in a million, that's hard to convert. So I thought Will Howard was great. Nevada, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, Will Howard, and again, you know who you guys are. You guys, the Will Howard haters out there. Oh, Will Howard, he just puts the ball in harm's way. Oh, Will Howard should just throw it away if there's a defender near the guy. I mean, Will was dropping dimes today, and again, I feel bad for him because I thought he deserved better. But boy, he was spectacular tonight. I mean, absolutely spectacular. Put the team on his back, and shut up a lot of people, man, because he was so freaking good. But hey, for love of one offensive pass interference, we didn't get the outcome we wanted.
I agree. Josh Dillon, thanks for the 20. Appreciate you, my friend. Hope you're doing good and hope that you were safe after these hurricanes, my dude. Hurts bad, but this will be such a motivation to this team. Unfun fact, Big Ten teams who have to play away coast to coast, i.e. USC at Minnesota, Ohio State at Oregon. I mean, I'll throw in Washington at Rutgers. They lost to Rutgers the other day. Are 2-11. Penn State going out to SC. I mean, they were an inch away from making it 1-12. You know, that was a game where, I mean, SC had them. But I said all week, it's a big trip. It's a long flight. I mean, I know a lot of you guys are salespeople and you travel across the coast, but dude, you fly 5 hours, man. It's exhausting. You know, then you got to go play the best game of your life. And so, again, it doesn't matter. This is not an excuse, but I would have left on Thursday night. I really would have. I'd have got out there for a day, let the guys get used to the time. But again, I thought our guys were ready, but I thought we were a little slow. After that first drive, our guys were a little groggy. The first drive, we were great. But again, I think that flight it's brutal. You know, especially like the flight home for these guys that played will suck because they're going to be cramping and sore, and they're going to feel like they just got in a car wreck, and then they got to get on this flight and be miserable for 5 hours, and they'll get home at about 7 a.m. So again, I don't think that is some sort of a coincidence that the travel has affected a lot of these guys, but that's the new Big Ten. So again, like I said, we did it when we played at Washington, and you know, I knew that was a different beast, and that's why, you know, I was glad Truss left on Thursday. Now, does that always work? I don't know, but Penn State left on Thursday to go play SC, and they won today. So, but again, I don't think that had anything to do with the game, but this is my opinion. Nevada, Josh Schillen says this hurts bad, but will be such a motivation for the team, which I totally agree with. On fun fact, Big Ten teams who have to play away coast to coast, i.e. USC at Minnesota, Ohio State at Oregon, are 2-11. What are your thoughts on that and the impact of the travel on these teams?
Yeah, I mean, look, Oregon came coast to coast a few years ago and just beat the heck out of us in the shoe at 9 o'clock in the morning their time. So, I don't know. I just think, it's not like it's the old days where we were traveling by train or whatever it is. Like, these are charter planes with lay down seats and everything like that. So just got to figure out a way to get it done.
Karis Washington, thanks for the filings for being an Ultra member as well. Will Howard was great. Our defense looked out of sync. Our D looked gas as hurts, but I believe we will get our revenge at the Big Ten Championships. Nevada OH.
I
agree. I mean, I think that our D, they didn't have their best night, but again, we were, an inch away from winning the game. So, like I said, we've had games where we've been upset, and again, we're the one honest, truthful Ohio State website and media site where we'll give you the truth. Like, so again, if there was a reason to be upset and angry, we'd give it to you. We're not just out here sunshine puppet. But again, this is, we lost by 1 point on the road in the most hostile Oregon crowd in history and night game and whatever. So, and again, we lost our left tackle in the first quarter. So again, that was, I was like, man, this thing could get ugly. And Zen hung in there and played well. And so, again, I don't know. Like to me, man, I think there's some positives here. I'm going to be positive because again, this game doesn't mean anything in our season. So we're still right in the thick of the playoffs, thick of winning the Big Ten. If this deleted us from, if this was when I played in 06, 07 and you had to be in the top 2 to make the championship game and there was no playoffs, then yeah, I'd be a lot more devastated. But this thing, I mean, you got to be in the top 12, and Ohio State will probably be Nevada 5 in the polls. Like if Alabama can lose to Vanderbilt, like unranked, unheard of, unheralded Vanderbilt, like how could the pollsters really abuse Ohio State when they lose by 1 point on the road at Outson? Like I mean, they're probably gonna be 5 in the polls. So again, we'll be fine. It's still squarely in the top 12. Nevada, your thoughts? Well, Howard, it was great. Our defense looked out of sync. Our defense looked gas, but I believe we'll get revenge in the Big Ten. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I mean, and again, this is probably a minority view, and that's okay. I'm very comfortable being in the minority view a lot. But I actually thought, Denzel Burke had an F game, but I thought there was a lot of other things that we did on defensive that wasn't bad. I mean, it wasn't horrible. And I like the second half adjustments. I like that we held them to 10 points. I like that we had the ball with a chance to win the game at the end of it. but yeah, I mean, those Denzel plays were so big. They were on third and longs. I mean, it was just, I can't describe how big those plays were. Those explosive plays, two of them that went directly for touchdowns. I'm just not. I'm not sure what that was about. I'm not sure, how he was getting cooked like that or why he was getting cooked like that because that's never happened to him before. He's always been a rock. He's always been that guy that you can depend on to make the play. And teams don't even go at him. But tonight he just wasn't good. And when your number one cornerback isn't good, man, your defense looks not as good. And that's where we were.
Yeah, I mean, he played better as a freshman in 21. He was out there on an island as a freshman, I remember, and he was locking dudes up. And, I mean, he looked slow. I mean, when that guy put the Jets on, man, it looked like he had a pulled hand. He looked like me out there, which isn't good. Rob Shawley, thanks for the deuce. Appreciate you, my friend. Tom Gombar, thank you for the deuce. Defense was awful. Can't win titles playing like that. Yeah, like Denzel really hurt us tonight. But, like I said, we were a point away from winning the game. And if this was awful, then I guess Bama's awful too. And so is Georgia. And so is all the other teams that give up 30 points against good players. So I just think that, we got to score 2 more points. And then nobody's having this discussion right now. Nevada, your thoughts? Defense was awful. Can't win titles playing like that.
Yeah, you can definitely win titles playing like that. But we got to be better. I expect that we will be. I'm not sure what Denzel's issue was. I'm sure Knowles will figure it out. And yeah, I mean, the idea that Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Oregon for that matter. Oregon gave up 31 points and 467 yards. So it's not like they played great defense either. So somebody's going to win the title this year. And, we certainly, have the horses to do it. We just got to buckle down, learn from it, and we got to get Denzel right. And figure out what that was all about.
Yeah, totally agree. Nicholas Smith, thanks for the 5. This is a great question. Why didn't we run it in field goal range with a timeout left? I don't know. We lost because of coaching, no QB pressures. Why didn't we run Howard more? I don't know. I mean, at the end of the game, when we had that timeout, I was like, dude, run it and center the ball. Because again, if you get down to that point and you run it, then you don't risk any craziness. Now, you can't call your life based upon an offensive pass interference, but I'd be more paranoid about getting an offensive holding call from our tackles. In a passing situation, I would have just ran it, centered it, and hoped that Jaden Felding ate his Wheaties and he could kick a mid 40-yard field goal to win the game. But I don't know. I would have ran Howard a lot more because I think every time he runs it, he's a threat. He's a moose, and I thought he really relishes running the ball. But what are your thoughts, Nevada? We didn't run it in field goal range with the time left. Why didn't we? And we lost because of coaching, no QB pressures. Why didn't we run Howard more? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the end of the game stuff is all just the big crime was losing the time. I don't have any trouble with the play calls. They got the ball out to J.J. Smith, their Marmaduke out there who was in one-on-one coverage. They got him the ball. He caught the ball. Howard delivered the ball perfectly. And he got called for a freaking offensive pass interference call. So, if we just settled for, 2 runs into the line and a 47-yard field goal and Fielding misses it, then we're all complaining that we weren't aggressive enough. So I don't have a problem with it. I just think it was a brutal call that rarely ever called. I mean, offensive pass interference is just one of the rarest calls in all of football, but we got it at the most important, inopportune time.
Yeah, I agree. Shannon Boyle, thanks for the 5. The pressure is now on Oregon. Roll Buckeye, all good. Bet. I agree. I think the pressure's on whoever won this game because now everyone around Oregon's program is going to, because they're probably going to be fighting to be number 1. They'll be number 2 behind Texas, I'm sure. But now they're the hunted. So again, they're going to be the circled mark going forward. And I'd love to play these guys again. I pray that Josh is okay. But even still, I'd like our chances because I don't think Denzel's going to give up 2 bombs over his head again if we play these guys again. I just don't. That's not in his characteristic. And if he does, then you got to put Jermaine Matthews in, I guess. I don't know. Or you got to put a safety over the top and help him. Because, again, when they've got one guy who's got 7 catches for 150 yards, like, you probably got to put a second guy over on him. You put a safety over the top so that he can't run over. I mean, you can't give up explosives and throw it over a guy's head like that because that killed us. John M. next for the 5. The Penn State game, it worries me now. 2 losses may knock us out. Would likely knock us out of Big Ten title games. I mean, Penn State's going to be tough just because they're a good team and they had a good, hard-fought comeback today versus SC. But I don't think 2 losses will knock us out. If we lose to Oregon and Penn State, like that's going to be 2 top 5 losses. You know, as long as they don't beat a 65-0, which they're not going to, then we'll be fine. And we've owned Penn State for ever. I mean, got it since 2008. I think we've lost to them once. 2016. We lost them in 2011. Since 2011, we've lost to Penn State 1 time. So again, we're the monkey on their back, and we're King Kong on their back. So we've owned Penn State. So I'm not worried about Penn State. We always seem to play well versus Penn State. So I think our guys will be focused and they know what the mission is. Nevada, your thoughts. John M., thanks for the 5, says the Penn State game worries me now. 2 losses may knock us out, would likely knock us out of the Big Ten title game. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, if your 2 losses are on the road at Oregon by 1 and on the road at Penn State, your chances of missing the playoff are exactly 0%. You are 100% in the playoff. It's like 0%. So if you're worried about that, don't be worried about that. There is no scenario where a 2-loss Ohio State team where your 2 losses are by 1 on the road at Oregon and on the road at Penn State misses the 12-team playoff. 0% chance.
I agree.
I don't know if I wasn't clear enough. I want to make sure 0%.
Yeah, I agree.
Zero.
So we could bet. Oh, I wonder if the playoff odds shifted a little bit. So now might be the time to hammer it. Hammer Ohio State making the playoffs. That prop.
0%.
The lack of pass rush is concerning. Why can't we get pressure? And yes, Burke dropped 3 rounds in the draft tonight. Nevada, I don't have an answer on the pass rush. I've been perplexed for a long time. I think that, I thought our defensive tackles had a real opportunity to make a mark today, and they didn't. But what are your thoughts on that?
I don't have an answer for you. I wish I did. I do not understand how 2 seniors like Jack and JT are not just assassinating people out there on the field right now. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But again, to me, was that the difference in the game? Well, I mean, I wish that Gabriel didn't have so much time. I wish we were, pressuring him into putting the ball up because I know he would be willing to do that. But I mean, Denzel's just got to cover somebody. But no, I do not have an answer for it. I wish I did. I wish I could blame it on Knowles. I wish I could blame it on Larry Johnson. I wish I could blame it on Pilates. I wish I could blame whatever it is. But they're just not getting there, and that's unfortunate.
Poor Pilates. Ian Bates, thanks for the deuce. JT with another selfish play on Dylan Gabriel's touchdown. Yeah, I mean, we called it. Gave up contain, and Dylan Gabriel went scampering. And that was the whole game plan is keep him in the pocket. You can't let him get loose and go crazy. And when he does that, it's curtains because he hurts people with their feet, man. And he ran one in, and again he scrambles all over the place.
But on that play, let's just that play right there. JT's job is Gabriel. Because Sonny's got the tight end. He's going out with JT's job is go tackle Gabriel. When Gabriel calls the carrot, go tackle that guy. And so when he doesn't do it and he freelances, then Gabriel goes around the thing, and then people are like, fire Knowles. It's like, what is Knowles supposed to do about that? Do you think Knowles told JT, hey, JT, just come flat across the line and try to make a hero play on that thing and leave the quarterback out the backside all by himself? I'm sure Knowles was ready to kill himself. But what is he supposed to do?
I want to watch that. I gotta get that downloaded because I know you're talking about the read option play where he went and tackled the back. Right. Because like usually when you defend that, one guy's got the back and one guy's got the quarterback. So it's like the way JT was going, I'm thinking somebody else had the quarterback and they biffed it. I'm
No,
thinking.
there wasn't anybody there. There was nobody on that side. I'm just telling you, like they had it blocked. They were slanting that way, and they were going to stop that guy there in the backfield pretty good. But JT just he let Gabriel go, and there was nobody because Sonny can't leave him go because he's got the tight end.
Yeah. That'll be a good breakdown for Sunday night. I can't wait to get that one done. Sergio Sama, thank you for the 5. Okay, that was a joke. I can't take the spin zone. I'm sorry. I love you guys, but that was a... What was the GP on defense? Is JT selfish? He broke contain equals 27 TD. I can't take the spin zone. Are we the spin zone? Is that like Bill O'Reilly, the no spin zone?
Yeah, well, that's I love it when people like if you say something that they don't agree with that it's somehow it's spent. Here's the facts, guys. What has changed? What has changed? Oh, we would be number 3 or number 2 instead of being number 5. What the heck difference does that make? It makes no difference. So like you got to get a grip, man. It was unfortunate. It was sad. I hate losing. I hate losing to Oregon. I hate losing any time. I hate losing the way we did. It took a series of unfortunate events to beat us, but it happened. But we could everything we want. We can still get back. This is not the if this was the 2-team college football playoff days of 2007 when Burke was playing, we would not be singing this tune. We would not be singing this tune. We'd be like, oh my God, okay, guys, it's over. You know,
time to get ready for spring ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get ready for the Capital One Bowl.
But it's not. It's changed. It's 12 teams, guys. It's 12 teams. Just make the playoff with a pulse, and you have a chance. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's like I said, right now, like as mad as I've been, I've seen really good teams bounce back from losses, like the 14 team maybe come back, have the greatest season, one of the greatest seasons in school history. So, it just depends on the leadership of this team and how these guys rally from this. Because again, we're not dead. I've seen teams overcome adversity. Now it's up to Ryan Day. Let's see what you can do. You got to rally the troops, get these guys going. Same with the leadership. It's up to Jack and Cody Simon and Emeka and Trey and the captains, and you got to rally these guys. It's tough. Rick S., thank you for the 10. At what point do we start to pull minutes from JT, Denzel Burke, or Tyleek? Denzel didn't want to tackle. JT continues to get greedy, and Tyleek didn't get much penetration up the middle. I don't think you can pull minutes from any of those guys, in my opinion, because, again, have you seen the guys behind Tyleek? Like Hero Canoe? Like, our backups leave a lot to be desired at 3 technique. I'm just telling you. Like, if I was playing against those guys, I would be licking my chops if Tyleek went out of the game. And, again, that's shame on them because, again, I would love to have Tyleek play fewer plays just to rotate him and keep him fresh for a long season. But it's to the point where he can't really rotate because we don't have guys stepping up and playing at a high level behind him. So it's tough. You take Tyleek out, man, it's going to be a pretty significant drop off. I wish it wasn't that case, but it is. Denzel, I don't know. He's got to get his mind right because, it's not going to get any easier. Because, again, when you see something, when teams see that they can throw it over your head, guess what he's going to see when we play Nebraska? They're going to be throwing it over his head 5 times in the game to see if they can get one over him. So, when a team beats you with something, you can bet the next team that you see, like the Nebraska Cornhuskers, are going to do the same thing. JT, I thought played great last week, and then this week I thought he was okay. But again, I want to rewatch it. Again, I don't want to be Mr. Coach speak guy, but I'm gonna, as soon as this thing's done, which could be in another hour, since we've got a lot of super chats. Like, I want to watch this game again and really dial it in. So, Nevada, your thoughts? At what point do you start to pull minutes from JT, Denzel Burke, or Tyleek? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, not anytime soon. Those are good players. I'm not as down on Tyleek as you were. I thought Tyleek did some good job, holding the point of attack. I just think look, Denzel sucked and our pass rush was non-existent. That's for me. If I'm listening to the litany of defensive issues, those were the biggest ones. But I'm not sure how you fix the pass rush. And the Denzel Burke thing kind of came out of nowhere because we've got 4 years of watching the guy, and we've never seen anything like this before. So I'm just not even sure how to react.
Yeah, it's bizarre because, like I said, I don't. The pass rush is mystifying to me. It really is. I mean, especially with Tyreek in the middle and back. Like I don't know how we don't get a quarterback on the ground hardly ever. You know, we had 0 sacks tonight, so I don't know, guys. It drives me crazy. Buckeye Blitz 6 for the 5. I know this stings, but I'm still here to say hello to the Buckeyes of my Scoop family no matter what. This is a way better loss than our last Natty season. Again, like we lost by 14 at home to an unranked Virginia Tech team, who then proceeded to lose to East Carolina the following week at home in Blacksburg. So Oregon isn't going to lose again. I mean, they might run the table until they get to the Big Ten. So again, this is a at Altson at night, like the whole 9 yards. Like this is again, there's no good loss, but this was a good. This is a 1-point game where we're literally bettors projected us to win 3 plays to go in the game because we were down in field goal range. So I don't know, guys. Like I said, I'm encouraged. I'm cautious until I hear about what Josh Simmons is. Again, I'm just praying it's not his ACL. Praying it's maybe an MCL or some other contusion. Because again, you never know with a knee. Like if you would have asked me to bet on Jordan Love at the Brazil game, I thought he's out for 10 years because his knee looked all screwed up on that bad turf. But you know, Jimmy was able to stand. Now they got to get an MRI and figure it out. But you know, again, I don't know. And I'm sure that it's probably gonna get checked out tomorrow and see how it is. But I don't know. You know, and I feel heartbroken for him because I was in his exact shoes in 2005 when we played at Penn State. It was a game. It was like that crazy environment. Two top 5 teams playing each other. And I got hurt in the first quarter, and you feel completely helpless. Like nobody in the world right now feels worse than Josh Simmons does, because he feels like he could have been the difference in a 1-point game when you have an All-American left tackle who really you lose him and it limits your offense. Let's just be real. Nevada, your thoughts again, Buckeye. Let's appreciate you, man. Thanks for the 5. He says, I know this stings, but I'm still here to stand with my Buckeyes and my Scoop fan no matter what. This is a way better loss than our last Natty season. I agree with him. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, guys, we lost by 1 on the road. I mean, in terms of high quality losses, I mean, there's no better loss that you can have than 1 point on the road in one where you're literally inside field goal range to win the game, and you get it pulled away. I mean, it's as good a loss as you could possibly have. Nobody will have a better loss this year. Let's put it that way.
This sucks. Sean Shark just texted me that Josh Simmons is out for the season. So I guess Ryan probably announced that at the post game. So that sucks. That is a bummer, but I appreciate you, Sean. You're the man. But yeah, again, the hard part is we're on here right after the game. So if Ryan says something during his 5 minutes or 7 minutes at the podium, like we miss it. So I'm guessing that's where he probably got it. So appreciate you, Sean. That sucks. Terrible. Probably an ACL. Patrick Sullivan, thank you for the 5. What doesn't change about this loss is that Day still can't win big games, continues to mismanage big situations. He's beat Michigan. Like I mean, has he lost big games? Of course, but so has every coach that's ever coached before. Does he mismanage some time stuff? Yes. Does he need to get better about that? Absolutely. Nevada, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's definitely won some big games. He's definitely lost some big games. The clock management stuff, though, is inexcusable. I mean, that was costly, and that was something that I really, really, really was hopeful was going to go away with Chip Kelly being here and him being able to focus more and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, he blew it. He blew it tonight. I'm not saying that cost us the game. Not sure the game outcome would have been any different, but our margin for error would have been a lot bigger had we had more time to operate there at the end. And that's 100% on Day.
Yeah. Troy Enzer, thanks for the deuce. Appreciate you, my friend. Jay Lucy, thank you for the deuce. Appreciate you also, my friend. Gabe Gaines, thank you for the 5. I'm used to the Bears disappointing me, but when the Buckeyes lose, it always stings. Nevada OH. Yeah, I always think that like people flap the handle more on Ohio State because they're Browns fans and Bengals fans, and they're just used to being disappointed. At least the Indians won today. I mean, that was a great game. So, Yeah, we got something to hang our hat on today to be happy about. And again, like season's not over, guys. I mean, again, we're gonna have to recalibrate with Zen playing left tackle now, but I like where we're at. Schaefer Healthcare, thank you for the 5. I've been a day apologist for a long time, but 1-7 versus top 5 teams. You are what your record says you are. Good, but not elite. I mean, that's fair. I mean, if you're 1-7 versus top 5 teams, I mean, you can't sugarcoat that. But yeah, they lost by 1 point on the road, and I think that we've got a good team. And again, like, this wasn't a blowout. This wasn't a massacre. This was we had a bad OPI call, and we didn't get to kick a field goal to win the game. So, I don't know. Like, I thought the guys played hard. They fought hard, and they need to get better. Nevada, your thoughts? Ryan Day, 1-7 versus top 5 teams. What are your thoughts?
Oh, what is that? Is that where they finished at the end of the year, or where they were when he played them?
I don't know. I don't,
because the year we beat Notre Dame at the beginning of the year, and they were a top 5 team, but then they weren't that good, so that didn't count. And I don't know. I mean, Ryan, let me tell you what. Who else would I want to be the head coach at Ohio State other than Ryan Day? Kalen DeBoer.
That's a good point.
Lincoln Riley. Sharon Moore. I mean, come on. I just wish that he was better at clock management. The clock management stuff, I think, is an absolute legitimate criticism of Ryan, and to me, that's inexcusable. And I think it was costly tonight. I'm not saying it was determinative, but it was costly, and it's been a pattern with him, and he's got to be better at it.
I just think he needs smarter people around him. I've been saying that. I think that you take 800 coaches on the road to these games, and like you don't have a single guy that can help you with the clock. You need to have a guy upstairs who's managing the clock, who's got the little sheet, again, taped to the wall. This is the clock. This is the management part. Because Ryan is in the middle of a hurricane during the game, so he can't be managing every little thing. And there's got to be a guy that he trusts on the head that say, "Hey, Ryan, take the timeout now. Do this, do that."
But he's the freaking CEO. Kirk. I mean, he's the CEO of the company. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I mean, he's the final word. He's the whatever. He's the alpha and the omega. And if he doesn't have somebody on there that's telling him or whatever, that is 100% on him.
Oh, absolutely.
That is 100% on.
That's absolutely on him.
It's like, and again, I am. There's nobody I want more than Ryan Day to be the coaching. But like, geez Louise, that clock management stuff. I mean, those are like when you're talking about what play you call, or does somebody do something selfish, or can your cornerback corner? I mean, that stuff, man, you're getting into like the gray area for me. But clock management is really black and white. Like, you're either good at it, you did it right, or you screw it up. And he screwed it up again tonight. We went home with another timeout that we can use to, whatever. And in this game, we should not have ended the game with a timeout.
Totally agree. Sergio Sama, thank for the deuce. 3rd and 9. Yes, 3rd and 9. Not great. Mike Green, thanks for the deuce. Kirk, what do we need to fix, bro? Well, we need to not let them throw it over our heads. Like I've said a few times tonight, like our defense can't give up explosives to a really fast receiver. Again, I said going into the game that you got to stop Tez. And you just can't give up 60-yard bombs and 70-yard bombs. Like, no good defense is designed to do that. But if your corner is struggling, you have to help him. Just like if your tackle is struggling. I think that we got to see how good Zen can be, because Zen's now our starting left tackle as we march into the playoffs. And I think Zen's not a rookie. He's a 5th-year guy, so it's go time for him in his career to make a mark and do something. He's now gone from an also-ran project guy that was going to be out of the program to a feature part of this team. So again, it's going to be on him to really buckle down. And everybody wants to be a starter at Ohio State, and so you have to be a starter at Ohio State, because now the whole world is counting on you. So we'll see what Zen can do. But I don't know. Like I said, we lost by 1 point to Oregon, and it wasn't like we got massacred and 70-0, and we looked hapless. Like, I thought Will Howard looked awesome the whole game. I was like, this guy's going to drive it right down. His pulse never went above 40 the whole game. He's cool, calm. He's exactly what you want in a quarterback. No panic. Even when our defense wasn't doing great, he was out there. All right, let's go get another score. Let's go do it. And his marches down the field, and there was a crappy call, but I thought some guys took significant steps in. I thought Emeka was great. I thought JJ was great. And again, I think that, we've got to just keep getting better. Again, you don't get a championship for winning a game in October. That's what I keep saying. I won a lot of big games in September and October. We beat Texas. They're number one in the country. We didn't get a trophy for that one. All that matters is how are you at the end of the season? Because, in football, the season starts in, November. November is for contenders. That's what Jim Tressel always say. So, we'll get through the rest of this regular season, get to November, and then it's time to really turn up and win the rest of the way. Rohan Vongol, thanks for the 5. Appreciate you, my friend. Hope you're doing good. Flashbacks versus Georgia when in field goal range. I've been critical of fielding before, but I would have just taken a QB sneak or run play and trust him to kick it. I would have too, because I think that he's got some confidence to him. I know he had the schizophrenia when he's kicking the 3 out of bounds, but I think that I would have centered the ball right in the middle of the field and said, okay, go win the game, go kick it. And we didn't take the kid in the portal, we didn't take the Gross Award winner. Go in it, because again, he's got a strong leg. The coaches love him, so go win the game. Go good protection, good hold, good mechanics, and let's go. Nevada, your thoughts. Rohan, again, thanks for the 5. He says, Flashbacks versus Georgia when in field goal range. I've been critical of fielding before, but I've just taken a QB sneak or run play and trusted him to kick it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no. That's just hindsight. Let's look back on a number of times Ohio State's been called for offensive pass interference in the history of Ohio State football, and it's 2. So you throw the ball, you complete a pass to J.J. Smith inside the 10-yard line or whatever it is. That makes it a substantially easier field goal than a 46-yard field goal there at the buzzer. So, no, it'd be one thing if they went back and they got sacked. It'd be one thing if they went back and they got called for a hold, but they completed the pass and JJ got called for offensive pass interference, which is literally the only scenario that you don't win that game. So I really can't gripe too much about the play calling.
Yeah. Puppy Love, thanks for the deuce. Is this the preview of the Big Ten Championship? I think it is. Nevada, your thoughts?
Yeah, you got to beat Penn State. And that's not going to be an easy town. Penn State's going to be fired up. Good thing that's not a night game. That's going to be a big noon kickoff. But you got to beat Penn State, and that absolutely will be a rematch in the Big Ten Championship game. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Glenn Jackson, and thanks for the 5. Next time we have the lead in the 4th with less than a minute, 85 guys on defense, 5 yards at a time. I'll take it. That has to be changed. Yeah, I don't know. 85 guys on defense. That'd be a cool defense to draw up. I don't know how that would work, but hey, we'll take it. Mike Green, thanks for the deuce. Kirk, I just made another double move on Denzel. I'm telling you, Denzel's going to have a long flight home, man. Especially if I hope that his phone's battery is dead, man, because he's going to be, he's getting cooked online, boy. But hey, it's what you sign up for. If you have a bad game in front of God and everybody, man, people don't let you forget about it. Nevada, Mike said he made another double move on Denzel. Poor Denzel. I honestly, I've been in his shoes where you get beaten to death, but I don't know. You have any thoughts on that?
No, he was bad. He was just bad. There's no sugarcoating it. And like you said, it's not piling on. It's just a statement of fact. He wasn't good, and as a result, Oregon did a lot of things offensively they would never have had the opportunity to do if he wouldn't have been that bad. But he was. And hopefully he learns from it, and Yabodi learned from it, came back and had strong performance after that. I'm sure Denzel can do the same thing.
Yeah, it's the ultimate test of your mental toughness, man. Because when you have that bad game, man, you've got to have amnesia. You got to flush it. Like playing corner is a lot like playing tackle. Because if you have a bad game, everybody sees it. You have a bad play, you give up a sack fumble for a touchdown, everybody sees it. You give up a 70-yard touchdown, it's just you. There's nothing else you can do. USMC 2012, thank you for the 10. Appreciate you, my friend. Did Jim Knowles put Burke in a bad spot with play calling? It seems every big game they play one safety over the top, and it hurts the team. No, I mean, you gotta. If you play at Ohio State, you have to be able to play man-to-man defense as a corner. They can't hide you. You can't just play cover two and squat the whole game. And like that's what you do with bad corners. You play cover two and they just cover the flat. You have to be able to cover a good receiver. That's why you come to Ohio State. Is because our guys play man-to-man. They play bump and run man-to-man. That's what we get paid for. Like you want to go be a millionaire, a gazillion. You're gonna go be Jalen Ramsey. Like those guys don't play zone. Those guys are playing man-to-man, and that's what we recruit. And again, Denzel just had a bad day, man. He picked a bad day to have a bad day. But I don't think it has anything to do with Jim Knowles. I think it just has everything to do with Denzel not playing, not executing, and getting cooked. So, again, you have to be able to play man-to-man in football, especially in modern football. When you've got, you want to try to, because everyone wants to pressure and blitz. Like, well, guess what? You're running behind that. You're generally playing man-to-man if you blitz. You can't run a zone and be short a guy or have big wide open patches of land, because when you're blitzing, you're bringing 5 or 6 guys. So the rest of the guys, if there's 5 eligibles and you bring 6, then there's got to be a couple guys in man-to-man. Nevada, did Jim Knowles put Denzel Burke in a bad spot with play calling? It seems every big game we play one guy over the top.
No, you can't. You can't. Again, Ohio State fans are great because they always want to have multiple safeties over the top of corners and stuff. And I'm like, guys, you only have 11 guys, and this is your number one corner. It'd be like the Packers with Jair Alexander going, we need to play Xavier McKinney over the top of Jair because he can't cover anybody. It's just like that just doesn't work. Your defense falls apart if Denzel is not the number 2 corner. He's not the number 3 corner. He's not the nickel corner. He is the number 1 cornerback on Ohio State. And if you can't cover your guy, there's no defense you're going to call that's going to work. It's just not. There's nothing you can do. You can either pull him off the field and put Jermaine Mathis or whoever in there, or you ride with him and you hope he's better. That's really your only choices.
Yeah, and every defense has a weakness. That's why it's called defense, because you can't just call one thing that covers everything. There's going to be holes. So, again, if you guys want to dial up the pressure, then our guys have to be able to play man-to-man, and Denzel did not tonight. Eric Bergdorf, thanks for the 5. Offensive penalties killed us and put us off schedule. Take those away in a different game. I could not agree more. The procedure penalties are absolute garbage. That's on Ryan Day and Chip Kelly and Justin Fry. Our guys flinching. Our guys, flat out, our guys didn't handle the noise. Altson intimidated them, and they were shook. And again, we lost by 1 point, so it wasn't like we got our doors blown off. But 05 played at Penn State. We did not handle the noise well. We didn't do as well on offense as we should have because we weren't used to the noise. So with Altson, I mean, it's a beast. But I think that this will help us when we go to Penn State. Zen's gonna have to go play. He's gonna have to go play now at Penn State, and you're gonna have Josh Fryer, Tigra, it's going to be just as loud. It's going to be louder at Penn State. So once you get to a certain level of loud, you can't hear anything anyway. So this will actually be good for these guys to go to Penn State. But, 5 procedure penalties is completely unacceptable. Those guys have just, especially for the interior guys, just look at the ball. It's not hard. G. Scott should never flinch when you're a tight end, you're looking at the ball. When you're a receiver, receivers and tight ends should never flinch. Their head is turned looking inside at the ball. Ball moves, you move, period. You're not listening to the cadence. So, Nevada, again, thank you, Eric. Thanks for the 5. Offensive penalties killed us and put us off schedule. Take those away, and it's a different game. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we did a heck of a job overcoming the penalties. I mean, that's what, like I said, 467 yards, 31 points. I mean, I thought Will Howard was absolutely unflappable tonight. Even when we got those procedure penalties, I think we converted a lot of those drives anyway. So, unfortunate and too many but I thought Howard was just outstanding tonight. I mean, A+ for Will Howard, and it was so great because so many people were just crapping on Will Howard all week. Oh, he's putting the ball up. Oh, Will Howard is this? And man, he backpacked us today, guys. So. Tremendous game by Howard, but the penalties were unfortunate.
Yeah, Fresh the Barber, Atlanta, thanks for the 5. What if we had the kicker from Miami of Ohio? Would we have managed the game differently and had a better chance to win the game with a longer field goal? Nevada OH?
Yeah,
again, one of the greatest mysteries to me with Ohio State football is why can we not get like an NFL level kicker? I'm talking like a guy that can bang 50-yarders. Like, I mean, Michigan gets some. I mean, there was a guy at college game day that hit a 50-yard field goal and won $100,000 at it. Like, why did we never get a kicker that can consistently hit a 50-yard field goal? It blows my mind. Like, Jake Moody at Michigan was a weapon for their ball control offense because he could hit 55, 60-yard field goals. We can barely hit a 50. We haven't hit a 50-yard field goal in years. I don't think. Or we might have hit one. So I'm sure if this guy had a leg, which I imagine the Groza Award winner does, it would help you manage the game differently. But again, I don't know how that's impossible in the transfer portal that we can't go get a big kicker. Because again, we had one at Miami of Ohio who literally won the Groza, and we were asleep at the wheel like we usually are, and we didn't go get him.
But I mean, let's be fair. I mean, Fielding was not the problem today. I mean, Fielding drilled his extra points and he drilled his field goal right down the chute. And we got an offensive pass interference call. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, if we'd have ran and lost 2 yards and have been 48 yards, and then the guy misses it, I guarantee you we'd be complaining. Why didn't we why wouldn't we keep pushing the ball down the field? What are we doing? Why are you settling for a 48-yard field goal? We threw it down the field, and we got an offensive pass interference call. But I don't care. I don't think if we had a Moody, Tom Dempsey, Fielding, whomever, I don't think it really changes anything. You're trying to get the ball closer to increase your chances of scoring, and we did it. We got the ball inside the 10 and then got it called back. And that was just unfortunate.
James Jennings, thanks for the deuce. Typical Ryan Day can't get it done in the big moments. Yeah, Ryan's it'll be tough. But again, like, does it really matter? I don't think it does. Again, this isn't a playoff loss like the Clemson or Georgia. This is a game. It's a regular season game. So I don't know. We lost by 1 on the road. Good team. Like, this isn't that bad. Brandon Miller, thank you for the 10. Are they scared to let Howard push the rock past 20 yards? It seems like Kelly refused to use these awesome wide receivers to stretch the field vertically. Nevada, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's funny because somebody put that in our board today. Like, I'm worried about us stretching the field, and I'm like, we gained 467 yards and scored 31 points in a row. Like, whatever we're running, whatever our offensive concepts are. I think we took one deep shot. JJ caught that one on that thing where Will got hit and he kind of underthrew it a little bit, and JJ came back and caught it. But I don't know what the fascination is from some of the fans with like stretching the field. I mean, we throw a lot of shorter and intermediate routes because we're running an RPO game that really stresses kind of those inside routes. And I thought G. Scott played great tonight, catching the ball. I thought Emeka was great. I thought JJ was great. I'm just really struggling to find problems with the offense tonight. And that was without Josh Simmons, who we just lost for the year, which frankly, of all the news today, that is by far, by 10 times, by far the worst news. Way worse than the loss. Way worse than anything else. Now, is it end of days? No, I thought Zen came in and played, and hey, it's next man up, man. So, Zen's got an off week to get better, and we just got to go get better. But that makes me sadder than losing does.
Yeah, I think that it's just I don't know, like that sucks because he was playing so well, and I mean he was midseason All-American. But here's my thing is like I know that everyone's obsessed with like everyone's like Al Davis and just throw it deep and whatever, but it's like if I'm Chip Kelly and I've got Zen Mikulski out there who's never really played at Ohio State at left tackle, and you want me to go take a shot and he has to go protect for 5 or 6 seconds when I'm not sure if he can protect at all, you're crazy. And that's just me being a practical offensive line guy, offensive coordinator guy, passing game guy. Like, yeah, you can go throw it deep, but your quarterback might get killed. I mean, I want to figure out if Zen can pass protect or not before I'm going to go. If I had Josh Simmons, maybe. But again, I like the intermediate stuff because, for one, there's a reason why like Will Howard's completion percentage is sky high. It's because we don't throw these crazy deep balls that are very difficult to complete. Like, dude, to me, like, give me that intermediate stuff and get the ball in the hands of JJ and Emeka and let them go do work. That's what I got to do. And you look at the yardage that we put up today, and it worked like a charm. Like, I have no complaints about our offense tonight, other than the procedure penalties, which I thought were Bush League, because, again, our guys got to be ready to play. They got to handle the noise, and they didn't do that. Dalton Stuck, thank you for the 10. Am I wrong to think that Caleb Downs has been underwhelming for his preseason hype? No standout plays yet. Hooker was a standout. I mean, I think Caleb's been fine. You know, again, I don't know what his role was tonight, but, you know, I mean, Malik Hooker had the greatest season in the history of college football for a safety, so I don't really compare anybody to Malik in that one season, in my opinion. But I think Caleb was good, you know. But again, I would have probably given Denzel some help tonight over the top, just because you can't, you know, if a guy's getting cooked, man, you got to help him. Like, he's clearly having an off night. And again, Denzel looks slow, so I don't know if he's hurt or what it was. But when he had to turn and run and try to chase the guy down, he looked slow on TV. Nevada Dalton stuck in next to the 10 says, am I wrong to think that Caleb Downs has been underwhelming for his preseason hype? No standout plays yet. Hooker was a standout. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Hooker had a crazy year, and I think Caleb's been very good, but yeah, relative to the hype, I mean, like, you look at the hype train on a guy like JJ, and, you know, JJ's obviously delivered in spades. I think Caleb's been very good. Has he been unbelievable? You know, no, but I'm sure glad we have him, and you know, I'm sure he does a lot of. I mean, he's a very, very good player, sure tackler, and I'm sure that, you know, we'll see more of him as I don't doubt that he'll make some game-changing plays by the end of the year for sure. A lot of football ahead.
Yeah, and again, on Simmons, Ryan Day said it doesn't look great in terms of him being able to come back this season. That is a big hit for us. So that was his exact quote. Bobby Mack, thank you for the 5. I thought they would bring in Luke Montgomery. Has he fallen down the depth chart that much? Yeah, you know, Luke's playing guard now. So, I mean, he's not going to come in at left tackle. I don't know if he's played left tackle at all since he's been here. He played a little bit of right tackle, but Luke's trying to find his way. He's a young guy. Yeah, I don't know if he's redshirting this year, but, you know, he's got to figure out what position he's good at, if he's going to be a guard. I don't think he's tall enough to be a tackle, personally. I think he's a better fit at guard, but I don't know if he's strong enough to be a guard. So again, he's got to that middle, and they've tried to put him at center too. So great athlete, great kid, but they got to figure out what they're going to do with him. But he's not ready. I don't think he's ready for prime time yet, especially when you've got a 5th-year guy like Zen there. Iowa Buck. Sorry, my eyes are a little late. Thanks for the 5. Can we ban live game threads? Worst of the worst negativity here, spoiled fan bases. Mississippi State scored 31 on Georgia tonight. I don't know, Nevada. Like, the game thread is, like, it's like going into an insane asylum and, you know, having your lunch. But that's kind of the charm of it, because people, like, again, I know that people drink and post, people drink and tweet, people drink and bet, people drink and game thread. But what are your thoughts, Nevada? Can we ban live game threads? I don't know. I mean, people that go in those things are crazy, but our game thread, we have the biggest game thread in the world on our site, and it's part of the territory, man. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, to me, the game thread brings out the absolute worst in our board and the worst people, and so I'm not proud of it. It's not. The game thread and the game thread tonight was an absolute disgrace. But
Yeah.
and it's the same people. So maybe it's time to do another house cleaning and just take out some of the trash, because we have some bad posters, and I'm not sure that that's additive to our board, but that's just me.
Yeah, Eric Bergdorf, thank you for the 10. Keep scrolling down. I think you have a super chat maybe down here a little bit. Warren Forens, let me see. Warren Forens next to the 5. The first drive interception didn't get called. Stopped them in the red zone. They missed a field goal and conversion. Game could have been a lot worse. Yeah, but I mean, you know, we made a lot of mistakes, and so did they. So I don't know. I think it was about where it should be. You know, we could have easily won the game. They could easily lost the game. So, you know, again, you can't always just say, like, what ifs and whatever. Like, they didn't have to call offensive pass interference, honestly, there at the very end, but they did, and that's part of the life. So yeah, Tim Z, thank you for the 5. Just got out of the stadium. It was crazy loud. What was wrong with Denzel Burke? Well, I hope you enjoyed the atmosphere. I'm sure it was crazy and loud and whatever. I don't know. We don't know what was wrong with Denzel, but he was as off as we've ever seen him, and hopefully he gets better. Nevada, anything to add to that?
No, I think it's the great question because we've just, like I said, he's not an unknown quantity. We've seen him play, you know, 50, 60 games for us, and we've never seen anything like that. So that was as mystifying to us as it was to you.
Yeah. Eric Bergdorf, thanks for the 20. Appreciate you, my man. Speedman 606, shout out. It was your, I think it was your 3 or 6 month anniversary on here as an Ultra member, so I appreciate that. Thanks for the 5. Possibly the worst D calling I've seen. 32 points at almost 500 yards again as a top 5 defense. We've seen Gabriel choke under pressure, blitz his butt. I mean, you can blitz them, but I mean, our guys weren't exactly hanging in there very well in man coverage. So if you want to blitz and play man, we might have given up even more yardage. I mean, I thought that, it was fine. Like I thought Oregon had a good plan, and again, Oregon's got great players. Again, this is one of the few teams that has. I think we have better players than they do, but I think that they're close to us. Like if you said gun to my head, what roster would I rather have? I'd take ours. But again, they played well. Nevada, do you have any thoughts on that? Possibly the worst D calling he's ever seen. 32 points, almost 500 yards again as a top 5 defense. We've seen Gabriel choke under pressure, blitz his butt. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what you do. I mean, again, you turn over the ball in the 27. You have a kickoff, hit your guy, and you get a short field on that. And your number one corner's not covering anybody. And then JT freelances and leaves Dylan Gabriel. I mean, I just don't know. As a person who's called defense, actually called defense before, when you call a defense and then the players don't do what you tell them to do, like I understand being mad at the guy who called them, but like guys, at some point, people have to be responsible in terms of doing it. And like I said, I'm certainly not giving Jim Knowles a winning grade, but I'm not nearly as far down on him as a lot of people are. Tonight I thought they held them to 10 points in the second half, and we had a chance to win the game, but we just didn't get it done. So onward and upward.
Well, I mean that's my big thing is that at the end of the game, they bowed up and kept him out of the end zone. So they gave us a chance to win the game, and they didn't make it the hardest way possible. They literally said, "Okay, guys, let's get a field goal. We win." We didn't get. I mean, they're on the 1 yard line. We stopped them on 3rd and goal, and they had to kick a 19 or 20 yard field goal to win the game. So it's like, I was like, shit. I mean, that's hard to do. I mean, stop a good team, but I don't know. Lossless, thank you for the 10. Talent does nothing when you are not prepared. So my question, does a defense that is schemed to not give up big plays take away the experience of learning what a big play looks like as it develops? I don't think so. I mean, because obviously, like I said, this really boils down to a couple of players just played poorly tonight. Denzel was poor tonight. A couple other guys were poor tonight. So, I mean, I'm sure Denzel's given up a ton of big plays in his life at practice when he's going against JJ and Emeka and, Jackson Smith and Jigba and Garrett Wilson and all the guys. I mean, he's been here for 4 years, so he's seen the best of the best. And he was a starter as a freshman, so he's seen what Garrett Wilson looks like and Olave and Marvin Harrison. So I'm sure that he's given up big plays in practice before, but he was a soft tonight. Nevada, your thoughts. Lossless again, thanks for the 10. Talent is nothing when you are unprepared. So my question is, does a defense that is schemed to, quote, not give up big plays take away the experience of learning what a big play looks like as it develops? What are your thoughts?
No, I just think that, sometimes things are just simple. I mean, if you take away the 2 big bombs that Denzel gave for touchdowns, you're winning the game going away, but you can't do that. Denzel could not cover their wide receivers. That's it. I don't think it's really that much more complicated than that.
Brady Lang, thanks for the 5. Extremely disappointing loss. I'm sick of our defense letting us down in these types of games. Total BS OPS should be called, but should never came down to that. I mean, like I said, Oregon's a good team. So, again, in modern college football, when you're in a shootout and it's 30-30, like again, the Georgia Bama game, and again, everyone in the world thinks Georgia and Bama are the hallmarks of defense in the history of college football. They gave up 30 each, mid 30s, maybe 40. So again, I don't know. Like, I mean, our defense, like I said, our defense gave us a chance to win the game at the very end, and we didn't get it done. Now, for whatever reason, we didn't get it done. So, Nevada, your thoughts? Brady is sick of our defense letting us down in these types of games. Do you have any thoughts to that?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, had they let them go in for a touchdown, but they stopped. They held them to 10 points second half, so they definitely gave us a chance. They got a 3 and out. We got the ball back. I mean, they held them to a field goal at the end. We had a chance to win the game. We just didn't win the game. But there were glimmers. I mean, like I said, the second half performance was a heck of a lot better than the first half performance, and I want to find out what was wrong. Something was wrong with Denzel was not right. But then it's malpractice for them to roll him out there if he's not right. But I've never seen him. He looked like he was a 4.75 guy out there, and you're not going to play
slow.
You're not going to play defensive back in the NFL if you're running 4.75. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Michael Holstein, thanks for the 5. We played off under challenging conditions. They played on under ideal conditions. This is an important lesson, and I like our chances next time. I agree. Again, we went on the road, long flight, the whole 9, tough environment, lose our left tackle the first thing, lose our right guard the first quarter. So you're down 2 starting offensive linemen the first quarter, and Teager came back in the second half, but that's hard. Again, I can't remember the last time that we lost 2 offensive linemen in one game. 2 starters. I can't remember it. And you guys, please correct me if you guys can remember one. But I'd love to play these guys again. I'd love to play them again next week. I think we'd be in great shape. But this is my opinion. Nevada, your thoughts, Michael. Again, thanks for the 5. He says, we played off under challenging conditions. They played on under ideal conditions. This was an important lesson, and I like our chances next time. What are your thoughts?
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that we'll. I like our chances to play these guys again. Jack Yankowski, thanks for the deuce. Now we spending big money we'll be fine. I don't know what that means. I mean, I honestly think we're going to be fine. I mean, this is like, I hope you guys aren't NFL fans because, unless your team goes undefeated, I guess nobody can win the Super Bowl if they lose a game because that's where I'm at. I mean, again, if this was the old days of the two teams make the championship, totally different ball of wax, but this is not where I'm at anymore. Dub V Buckeye, thank you for the 10. Everyone needs to come off the ledge and quit complaining. This will be beneficial. I hate losing, but this is a loss that will not hurt us. Guys, like to study football. I plead with you guys to study football. I'm talking NFL football, especially really study the NFL because that's what we are now. This isn't one loss and you're out of the 4-team playoff. This is, the Patriots got destroyed by the Chiefs in Arrowhead the one year and the whole team was collapsing and they're all dead and they came back and won the Super Bowl. I mean, they lost 35-7 at Arrowhead and every talk radio host of the world is like Brady's done, Belichick's done, dynasty's over, and then they won the Super Bowl. So again, study the NFL. This stuff happens all the time. And it just depends on the leadership of the team, the leadership of Ryan Day, Chip Kelly, Knowles. And again, I think this will inspire some of these guys to look in the mirror and say, this isn't acceptable. I got to play better. I got to change my routine. I got to do something to be better. Nevada, your thoughts, W. Buckeye. I appreciate the perspective. Thanks for the 10. Everyone needs to come off the ledge and quit complaining. This will be beneficial. I hate losing, but this is a loss that will not hurt us. What are your thoughts?
I couldn't agree more, man. It's like you just have to take a sober look at what would be different had we kicked the field goal and won 34-32 or something like that. And the answer is very little would be different. So, we're right there. Like I said, the Josh Simmons thing saddens me. But we can't be sad pandas about that either because that sucks, but that's the way it is. And next man up, and let's go Zen. You got 2 weeks to prepare, and go ball out.
Yeah. Jack Yankowski, thanks for the deuce. 500 yards is okay. Come on. I don't know what that means. Nevada, do you know what that means?
I think he's saying that we're saying that them giving up 500 yards of offense to Oregon was okay, and we never said that. We didn't.
Well, because they gave up 496. That's not 500. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if it was a different game.
Yeah, no. It was just. I mean, this is you have to listen to what we're saying, not take what we're saying out of context. It's like if Denzel clearly was struggling, and when he gets beat for 60-yard touchdown passes on top of the thing, that's going to bolster their point total as well as their yard total. You just got to figure that out because that's the stuff that killed us tonight. It wasn't like they weren't running for 9 yards a carry. This wasn't like the 21 Michigan game where every time they lined up and ran the ball, we couldn't stop them. This was we'd get them in a third down and long, and then they throw it over Denzel's head for a touchdown. And it was weird, and nobody really understands why that was. But none of it's okay. But I'm just not sure how you fix it. If your number one corner can't cover, I'm not sure what you do. And I'm not sure what defense you can, unless you play some defense with like 17 guys and you have 4 safeties all over your 4 corners, and you turn it like that's the only defense I can think of. But I think that's illegal.
I think you're right. Jack Yankowski, thanks again for the 5. Not trolling. When does they heat up? What's the breaking point? What's the minimum? To everyone else, OSU looks soft. Arguments against that. I don't know. I think that teams are as faithful as their options, and I don't know who would be a better head coach for Ryan right now. And I'm serious. Like, put it in the chat. If you could have your dream coach right now to coach Ohio State, who would you pick?
They have to be living, though. They have to be living.
You can't bring back Woody or Paul Brown or Urban's not coming back. Trustle's not coming back. So it's like, who do you want? Kirby Smart? Well, he just lost to Bama. Do you want the reigning coach of the year, who's at Alabama, who hasn't exactly looked like lightning the last 2? Do you want Bill Belichick? He's out of work. I'm sure that he'd be awesome in our room. Like and I mean this sincerely. I don't know who you replace Ryan with. Mike Vrabel. I mean, he got fired from his last job. Luke Fickell. I mean, Wisconsin stinks. They look good today, but they stink. So I swear to God, I don't know, because people say, well, let's get Lincoln Riley, like James Franklin, like that's the hard part. Is like, when does this seat heat up? If this was 20 years ago and young Urban Meyer was out there, then I could say, okay, there's the guy. That's the guy that's Godzilla looking outside the city and ready to come out of the ocean and stomp everything and take Jim Tressel's job. That's the guy. I do not know who. Again, if Ryan Day was fired tonight by Ross Bjork, I have no idea who would be the leading candidate. I just don't. I don't know who the hot guy is. I don't know if it's the guy from Indiana. I don't know. I don't know who the flavor of the week is. And would he really be better than Ryan Day with Chip Kelly and Jim Knowles and the rest? I don't think so. So again, I know that people want Ryan Day's head on a platter, but I don't know who's better than him for the job right now. I mean that sincerely, because again, you got to understand, you lose Ryan, you're losing the whole thing. You're losing Pantone, you're losing Mickey Marotti, you're losing Chip Kelly, you're losing Jim Knowles. We lost by 1 point. So does that mean that we need to fire hose the entire organization? I don't think so. I mean, Alabama just lost to Vanderbilt last week. That's a whole different ball of wax than what we just did. So, just my opinion. Nevada, when does Ryan Day's seat heat up, and what's the breaking point? What's the minimum? To everyone else, OSU looks soft. What are the arguments against that?
We lost by 1 point on the road at Alton. I mean,
to the third team in the team's going to be the number 2 team in the country. And
if not for a brutal offensive pass interference call, we win by 2, and everybody's happy tonight. So I mean, and to your point, I mean, look, Ryan could leave, and we'd have to replace him. There's no obvious candidate. There's no, and we could find somebody that could be great. I'm not sure who that is. And there's no sure bet for sure. So be careful what you wish for.
Joby, thanks for the deuce. JT and Sawyer equals 5-star bust. Sorry, it's true. I don't know. I mean, I think they are who they are at this point. I mean, we wish they were the Bosas and they'd be these sack monsters, but I just don't think that's in the cards. I wish they were. Trust me. I mean, there's nobody in the world I love more than Jack Sawyer. I think JT had a great game last, but it's we don't get pressure. We don't. I mean, we had 0 sacks again tonight. It's kind of who we are at this point. So again, I don't know. Again, it is what it is at this point. I think that those guys gotta figure out a way to get to the quarterback. And again, I think it's the whole defense and structure of the defense and cage rushing, whatever it is. Again, I honestly am over talking about the pressure thing because we just don't seem to produce much, which is weird because again, with JT and Jack, I know those guys got moves. I know those guys could get there, and again, you've seen flashes of it, but it doesn't happen all the time. Nevada, your thoughts? Joby thanks to the deuce. JT and Jack Sawyer equals 5-star bus. Sorry, it's true. What are your thoughts?
No, definitely not 5-star bus, but not. They haven't lived up. They haven't been as good this year as I thought they'd be at all, and especially given the way that Jack finished the year last year. I mean, he was dominant. He was kind of like a sack machine down the stretch, and
Yeah.
no, but they can turn it on. They can get better. But five-star bus, not nah. Anybody who's a 4-year starter is definitely not a 5-star bus.
Yeah. To me, like a 5-star, but like a bus is a guy that just never plays, never makes it, transfers out. Like he's well, whatever happened to that guy? And we've had those. We've had guys that have been 5-star guys that, or they just play minimal roles. Like these guys have been long-term starters, captains, productive. So again, they're not bus. Again, does the sack stuff? I mean, the only people that are more driven crazy by the sack numbers than the fan base are those two. Because Jack and JT both want to be All-Americans. They both want to be first-round picks. And it's like their livelihood is dependent upon them getting sacks. So when they have another game with no sacks, it drives them crazy. I promise you. So there's nobody that's more frustrated about not getting to the quarterback than those guys. Jeremy G, thanks for the 10. This has to be a joke, but I'm going to ask you. I'll let you go on this one, Nevada. Do you think Will Howard was a liability versus top-tier teams, Nevada?
Oh God, no! He was so good, so good. I mean, I really think he's the best quarterback in the country, right? Certainly the best quarterback for Ohio State, but such a stud, just completely composed, unflappable. I can't say enough good things about the guy, and a segment of the fan base does not deserve Will Howard. That is for sure. I'm just telling you. Seriously, I wish that I could take like a knife and just like cut off a segment of the floor and send them to the aisle of misfit toys and just have you guys all, just some of you be gone. Will Howard, I felt that way when you guys were on Trey Henderson. I'm like, Trey Henderson's a great kid and just a warrior, just a great kid. But no. Will's been great, man. He's been. I mean, look at his stats. His stats are absolutely ridiculous.
Jack Yankovsky, thanks for the deuce. It's not the loss tonight alone. It's the last 5 L's. Well, you can't do anything about the past. The Michigan games where they advanced scouted us, I don't care. The Georgia game, it sucked. We missed a field goal. So, again, maybe Ryan should go back in time and become a place kicker so that we can win that Georgia game and then win a national title. But this is my opinion. Erwin Lichtenberg, Gispro, thanks for 669. Why does it always look like this in these games for the past 8 years? Losing by 1 to like a top 5 team? I don't know. I mean, we've had some bad luck, like when Justin Fields and who was it, Olave, were on the wrong page at the end of the game, and Olave ran the wrong way on a route, and Justin threw a pick. That was bad. Missed a field goal versus Georgia. That was bad. We let Michigan advance scout us. That was bad for 2 years in a row, whatever.
Yeah, we drove it down against Notre Dame last year, and that was good. We beat Oregon, we beat Utah in the Rose Bowl on a last-second drive. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, and I'm not sure if there's anything you can draw from it. I think the biggest disappointment for me with Ryan Day, frankly, was the clock management. I think the clock management, to me, more so than play calling, more so than personnel usage, more so than were they prepared, were they tough? Forget all that other stuff, but also clock management. Ryan, you have to be better at clock management.
Mm-hmm. Sean Duffy, thanks for the deuce. Ryan proves again he is a choke artist. I don't know, man. I mean, we lost by 1. I don't know. Ryan's having a tough night tonight. Cal, thanks for the 5. Am I going crazy, or was there still 1 second left for a timeout to try and get a field goal attempt? I don't know. You mean when Will Howard slid? I mean, that would have been tight. I mean, when he took off and slid in the middle of the field, I think he was probably thinking he could get down and get a timeout with 1 second left. I'm thinking that was the plan, but I don't know. Nevada, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean it was close, but they're never going to give you that one, and that's that clock management thing, man. We frittered away 25 seconds and flew home with the timeout in the bag. So um, yeah, that's on Day, man. That's 100% on Ryan Day.
I'm going to go back and look at this because Joe Lee says the same thing with the 5. Why didn't they look at the last play? Will was down with 1 second left. Thanks. I mean, I got to rewatch it. I mean, honestly, as soon as the clock's at 0, so we jump on this show. So obviously we're tied up in this, but I'll rewatch it because it'd be interesting. Because again, if I'm Ryan, I'm screaming at the official timeout as soon as he's down, starts whatever I can get just to even give it a shot. Eric Bergdorf, thanks for the 10. Takeaway offensive penalties. Do you think the game is different? Yes. 70 penalty yards. Plus, we had a turnover. They didn't have it. We had 1 turnover and 70 penalties. So, yeah, I mean, I said all week, special teams, turnovers, again, if you win the turnover margin, you win 5% of the games, and we lost. Now, it was 1-0. It wasn't like it was a catastrophe. It wasn't like it was 5 turnovers or 3 turnovers, but it was we lost the turnover margin. I said it all week. And then we also had the bonehead play on special teams where we didn't field the kickoff, and so they get the ball at midfield. So, again, those are errors that you can't make versus good teams. Can't. I mean, again, like I've lived losing games versus when you play teams with equal talent, the margin for error is too thin. And when you do dumb things like CJ Hicks doesn't pay attention on the kickoff and it bounces off his chest, and they recover it, then that's on us. Because obviously CJ wasn't ready to go. CJ wasn't paying attention. Probably they're just going to kick it deep, kick it out of the end zone, and hit it right in the chest. He wasn't looking at the ball when it came off the tee. And it surprised him. And you can't be surprised by stuff like that, especially with a team like Oregon and Dan Lanning, when they do all kinds of crazy stuff on offense and on special teams. So, Nevada, your thoughts. Eric asks, if you take away the offensive penalties, do you think the game is different? Well, I mean, especially the offensive pass interference, especially.
Well, just one. That's the only one you got to take away. Everything else can be the same, and you just take, and nobody will ever convince me that was a good call because looked at those guys made contact with each other, and the guy just bounced off of JJ. It's like, I mean, Jesus.
Tim Z, thanks for the 5. Just got out of the game. Crazy loud. Probably the loudest football event I've been to. Excuse me, what happened to Burke? He got cooked. Seemed like Will could have gotten the ball away to JJ sooner. I don't know, maybe on the OPI. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about, but it looked like it was loud. It sounded loud. Denzel was awful tonight, and he knows he was awful, and the whole world is going to tell him he's awful. So, his coaches, Tim Walton and Jim Knowles and those guys, they better get around that guy, get his mind right. Thomas Ridley, thank you for the deuce. Days clock management and no adjustment for Burke lost the game. Your thoughts on that, Nevada?
Well, the clock management, we talked about that a bunch. Bad, just bad.
Yeah.
And as for Burke, I don't know. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's literally playing at an All-American level before tonight, and it was just weird. It was just one of those nights, I don't have any explanation for it, but I don't know how you pull your All-American in the middle of that game. But maybe somebody that'd have been ballsy to do.
Yeah, totally agree. Ravia 2, but thanks for the 10. This is probably the best loss. It showed me that the team can indeed go all the way and win the Natty. Another game we lost by 1 play on the last drive of the last few years. Will was awesome. Totally agree. Like I said, this was a good night to build on. Again, like I said, the hardest part about tonight was losing Josh Simmons, in my opinion. Maurice Clarinet, thanks for the 5. Loss doesn't matter, but this is a generational team. Don't want to just backdoor into the playoffs. Wanted to go 15-0, never shout out the cheaters at North Run. All that matters is winning the ring. I mean, you can lose to Virginia Tech, and nobody holds that over the 2014 team's head. And so I just want to win. Just win out, win the title, go win against Penn State, go beat Nebraska, and you'll be in good shape. Nevada, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, just win. I mean, this team was built, for the playoffs, and we have a lot of depth, and now we're going to test that depth with Simmons being out, and just got to go get it done.
Jack Jankowski, thanks for the deuce. Had they won ugly at Selby. Ticked. And honestly, this is your best post that you've sent us tonight. You've sent us a bunch of craziness, but this is your best one because, again, that is the life of being an Ohio State fan. And again, Nevada, we've lived this. We win against good teams, and people are still angry and miserable. So, like, to lose, really, a lot of people's emotions are exactly the same as if we win, because they just live in this mire of misery at all times. But do you agree? Like, if we would have won, do you think that our fan base would have likely still been miserable?
I mean, a lot of people would have been, and I'd say
Yeah.
for the fans, like you hear other people talking about they just came out of Outson Stadium. Wow, what an environment! How loud it was. Well, let's be that loud in Columbus.
No.
Why is our state? Why aren't we that intimidating? Why isn't our stadium that like? You want to help? You want to do something for the team? That's what you could do. Yell, make noise, do whatever. But like we don't do it. You just want to gripe and complain and then sit on your hands at the games. And we have the worst environment, the worst big game environment in college football for a big stadium is Ohio State. Our fans get up very, very infrequently. And when they do, they applaud to each other. Oh, man, we were so loud for that. Why don't you bring it every game? But we don't. It's because we'd rather complain.
It's crazy. Thomas Ridley, thanks for the deuce. We're still paying Ryan Day $10 million for bad clock management. It's crazy. It's really bad. I mean, he's got to get some guys in there that can help him. I'm telling you. Thanks for the deuce. Has Day Knowles or Chip ever won a championship? I don't know. I don't know what level. Not a national championship. Not a college football. None of them have. I know that for a fact. So unless they were some smaller assistant, but I don't think any of them were. Lisa M, thank you for the 10. Long-time listener, thanks for the excellent content. 1 point, Oregon is the new rival. Yeah, I mean, I think Oregon is really good. I mean, again, I think that they're a rising program. Again, I said 4 years ago during the dawn of NIL that Oregon was going to be a problem. Oregon's got a lot of money. They're building a brand new football facility that'll probably cost $1 billion, and they can buy any player they want. So they're going to be really good. And again, they've proven it. Their roster's gotten better and better year over year. They've got a young coach who's compelling and charismatic, and he turned down the Alabama job. And so again, these guys are going to be a problem. So it's not like we lost to some podunk school. This is going to be a team that we're going to see a lot going forward, and they're good. Nevada, your thoughts? Is Oregon the new rival?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we added a lot when they added SC and UCLA and Oregon and Washington. None of those teams, I mean, other than UCLA right now, but none of those teams are easy outs. And Oregon's going to be a formidable competitor. We're probably going to see them again at least one more time this year. So I'm looking forward to getting them one more time.
Maurice Clarinet, thanks for the deuce. Left tackle's the second worst possible injury behind Howard. Couldn't agree with you more. I mean, it is devastating to lose Josh Simmons. Will Howard is by far the most valuable player on the team. I mean, there's nobody even in the same universe as Will Howard at this point. But losing Josh Simmons, it really sucks. Nevada, do you agree?
Yeah, that was about worst case scenario. So nothing good about that. No way to put that other than bad.
T. Ferguson 117. Thanks for the deuce. Why not go for 2 after a Becca touchdown in the second? Probably too early to chase points, I would guess. Nevada, you probably agree with that.
Well, yeah, look what happened to Oregon. Oregon chased points and it almost cost them. So no, you absolutely do not go for 2 in that situation. You take your ones, and Ryan played that perfectly.
Yeah. Karis Washington, thanks for the 10. I want to cheer all of our fan base up. Remember when with Urban when we lost to Oregon in the first 3 games of the season? I think that was actually with Ryan, and we still went to the playoffs. We will be fine. Yeah, that was, again, things will be okay. We'll survive. Again, we'll the team will rally. We'll be okay, and Buckeye Scoop will be cranking along. And I'm sure our game thread is on fire right now. Maurice Clarinet, thank you for the 5. How does the Cheaters up north get superstar DN Stewart from ECU? Do we not look for balling out transfers from lesser schools, ignoring diamonds in the rough? I don't know. I mean, I think that it's bringing in kids is always a kind of a fascinating deal, because if you bring in a kid, you're probably going to lose a kid or 2 in the portal, especially if you pay them a bunch of money. So I don't know. Nevada, how does the team at North get a superstar DN? I don't know who that is, because I don't know Michigan's superstar DN, but I could be wrong. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it'd be hard to get somebody more superstar-y than JT Tumalaw and Jack Sawyer. Like you're talking about the number 1 player in the country and 5-star everything, and yeah, I wouldn't want anybody over them, but I don't know why they're not better. So
Yeah.
therein lies the conundrum.
Yep. Thomas Ridley, thanks for the deuce. Defense looks like undrafted free agents only. Well, there's gonna be a bunch of guys drafted on that defense, so I don't know. They didn't have a good night, but they'll get better. Tim Z, thank you for the 5. Sorry about the double super chat. We lost by 1 point, and their fans were louder than our fans at home. It's always a problem, Nevada, and it's something that I've said a million times. Like, the horseshoe is not intimidating at all, and I don't know how to change that. They've tried. They play music. They've got DJs. They've got whatever, but it's not loud. Alton is very loud, and it was a problem because, again, when you get 5 procedure penalties, then you know that it's an issue.
No, but you know what it is? I am going to tell you what it is 100%. The Oregon fans are excited to be there. The Oregon fans are energized. They want to win the game. They're young. They're upbeat. They're ready to kind of take on the college football world. And Ohio State fans are entitled. Ohio State fans are spoiled by our success. And I'm telling you, that's what happens with our state. It's like, we're the place that if we're not playing perfectly, the guys are booing the team and doing the. It's just that's the attitude of the Ohio State fan. I think that more than anything is why our home field advantage isn't better. I think our fans are spoiled. I think our fans have been spoiled by success for so long that we haven't ever had a sustained period of drought for a very long time, and I think we have lazy fans that go out there in terms of doing it. I really truly believe that. I think Oregon's got better fans and they have a better fan experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have a section of our fan base that is miserable no matter what. Like no matter what. So again, like when we lose, like they act the exact same as if we win. Because if we win and we're undefeated, then a bunch of guys still suck, coaches still suck, and there's a portion of the fan base that can't wait for us to lose so that they can tell you, I told you we were going to suck. They like that better than anything in the world is saying, I told you we sucked. I knew that we sucked. I knew that Jim Knowles sucked. I knew that Denzel Burke sucked. I knew that whoever sucked. That's just how they are. And again, it's always kind of perplexing, but that's just kind of the world that we live in where people, they can't wait to say, I told you we weren't going to win the national title. I was like, well, we've won it twice in 50 years. So, I mean, congratulations. Like you called it. Good job. Joe Jerry, thanks for the 5. Everything we want is still in front of us. Wasn't a bad day. The Tribe won, and it's time to go beat the Yankees. Yeah, like the Indians won today, so they held it down, which I thought was great. And again, we lost by 1 point on the road. So again, it's not, like I said, losing Josh Simmons sucks way more than losing to Oregon, in my opinion, because it didn't really change anything in our entire life. Maurice Clarinet, thanks for the deuce. Does our fan base complain the most in college football? Nevada, what is your thought?
Oh yeah, easily. Easily, just because we've never had to have. Well, they say like good times make soft people or something like that.
Yeah,
we've had such good times. Yeah, so it's like, and they say bad times make hard people, and hard people then hard people create good times, and good times create soft people. We're just our fan base is soft. And it's soft and miserable. There's just a big segment of them that are just, they want to be upset about everything. They want to blame somebody. They want to do so. They were so ready for Will Howard to soil himself tonight. They were fired up and ready to go. And what did he do? He shoved it up their hoop and just balling out, playing unbelievable. And so now they got to switch gears, and now it's got to be Knowles. Knowles is the $2 million man, and he chokes, or whatever, or Ryan, call for Ryan Day's head. That'll be good too. It's like, we're going to fire Knowles and fire. I mean, when we had what's his name? Who was our former defensive coordinator? Kerry Combs. When Combs was our defensive coordinator, that was fireable. That was a fire drill and fireable expense. But I just don't know what you do if your number one cornerback gives up bombs. I just don't know what defense you call.
Yeah, it does make it kind of hard when you give up bombs all the time.
It does.
There's no way you're allowed to stop that.
No.
He said no. Next one, Reese Clarinet. Thanks for the 5. I think Texas with years beats both of these teams right now. Texas is the best team in the country. So, again, does it surprise me? No. But, I don't know. Let's go play them on a neutral site and see what happens. Again, there weren't many people in 2014 that were picking us to beat Alabama. I picked us to beat Alabama because I watched them play against Auburn, and Auburn ran the ball all over them. And their O-line for Auburn kicked the crap out of Alabama's O-line, or excuse me, D-line. And I watched that tape, and I was like, and I still have the film. I'll show you guys the film tomorrow. But I like where we're at. Again, Texas is good, but again, everything can change. You know, this is a long season, guys. Like, we lost our starting left tackle tonight. Quinn Ewers has missed like 3 or 4 games. Like, you know, guys got to survive these next few months and try to stay as healthy as possible because it can all change in the blink of an eye. Like, we lost an All-American left tackle tonight, and it's hard. But, you know, we got to strap it up and get rolling then. Nevada, your thoughts? Maurice Clarina thinks that Texas could beat both these teams right now. I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Well, we won't see because they're not playing us right now. So, you know, we'll if you know, let's get back to me in 8 or 10 weeks, and we'll see where everybody's at. And, you know, I like our team. I think we can play with anybody, and just get in the playoff, have a chip in a chair, and I'll ride with this bunch. I think we got a really good chance.
Agree. All right, Nevada, let's wrap this thing up. Any final thoughts?
Just yeah, prayers for Josh Simmons. I feel really bad about that. Try to figure out. We'll all light a candle for Denzel Burke to figure out what that was all about. And don't despair, guys. It's really not. It didn't change that much. And had this be the 2-team playoff, Kirk and I would be singing a completely different tune.
Oh, yeah,
college football it's changed with the 12-team playoff, guys. So you've got to change the way that you handle stuff like this because this isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, like, I mean, Alabama beat Carolina at 27-25. Jalen Milroe had 2 picks and played like trash. So it's like, guys, I don't know. Like, Kansas State's about to lose to Colorado. Like, there's a lot of football to go. All right, Thomas Ridley, thanks for the deuce. Not bad fans' expectations to win big games. We'll win a lot of big games, but again, you know, we're going to lose games too. That's the magic of college football with parity and the transfer portal and everything else. Is like, there's a lot of good teams now, so you're not just going to steamroll through the Big Ten. But, you know, again, a lot of people, like I said, God Almighty, the greatest team of all time, Alabama, lost to Vanderbilt last week. Georgia the week before lost to Alabama. So, welcome to college football. Things happen, and you know, I don't know how many undefeated teams we've had in the history of Ohio State football, but I think we've had like 2 in my lifetime, and I'm 40 years old next month. So again, like to run the table and win every game, it's kind of hard to do. So Nevada, anything else, and we can get out of here.
No, just don't despair. Lots of football ahead.
Yep, we shall not despair. We actually shall persevere. That being said, thank you so much, Scoop family. Great night tonight. Awesome show. I appreciate all you guys for being on here. If you guys enjoy this content, please leave us a like, click subscribe, also click that little alert bell. Again, if you guys want to do something huge, give us a follow on Apple Podcasts. Again, we are growing that pretty dramatically, that and Spotify. Thank you guys for all that you guys do for helping grow these platforms, spreading the good word of Buckeye Scoop. This was a long show, but we appreciate you guys. So that being said, thank you so much, Buckeye Nation, and thank you, Scoop family. We will talk to you guys tomorrow. We're going to go at 7 tomorrow. See you guys then. Go Bucks.